The Book of Heaven. Volume 14. My love and my life. Be close to me and guide my hands as I write, so that everything is done by you and not by me. Inspire me with the words so that they reflect only your light and your truth. Make sure that I disappear so that everything is for your honor and glory. I do this out of obedience only. Do not deprive me of your grace. While I was in my usual state, my always kind Jesus appeared to me all agitated. He kissed me. His breath was of fire. He said to me, "My daughter, I would like to calm the flames of my love by pouring them into the souls of creatures. But they reject them. When I created humanity, I foresaw that my love would be the foundation of the lives of creatures. This love had to support, strengthen and enrich creatures and harmonize with all their needs. But humanity has rejected this love. Thus, since the creation of man, my love wanders everywhere and without ceasing. If he is rejected by one creature, he goes to another. If he is rejected again, he weeps. Finding no reciprocity, he sheds tears of love. My love weeps when he travels the world and finds a weak and poor creature. Weak as to the life of the soul. Poor in graces. He said to this creature, "Oh! If only you wouldn't let me wander everywhere. If only you would allow me to dwell in your heart. You would be strong and you wouldn't lack anything." Seeing a creature overwhelmed by guilt, he wept and said to that creature, "Oh! If only you had opened the doors of your heart to me, you would not have fallen." If he encounters a creature dominated by his passions and defiled by sin, he said to her, "Oh! If you accepted my love, your passions would have no strength in you. The mud of sin cannot reach you, and my love would be your all." Thus, burning to eliminate all the miseries of men, big and small, love laments and wanders everywhere, trying to surrender itself to men. When all the sins of men appeared before my humanity in the Garden of Gethsemane, each was accompanied by a groan of love on my part. If man had loved me, no torment would have afflicted him. It is the lack of love of men who brought all his problems and all my sufferings. When I created man, I acted like a king who, desiring to flood his kingdom with happiness, placed at the disposal of his subjects a treasure of several millions so that everyone could draw from it. Even if this treasure was accessible to all, only a small number have availed themselves of it, and this in a minimal way. Later, anxious to know if his subjects had profited from his largesse and eager to make other millions available to them, the king came to inquire whether the treasure was exhausted. The answer was, "Your Majesty, only a few cents have been taken." Upon learning that his subjects had not taken advantage of his gifts, the king was very saddened. Walking among them, he lives from them. A cover of rags. Another patient. Another hungry. Another trembling of cold and another without a roof. Saddened, the king said to them, "Oh! If only you had taken advantage of my treasures, then, for my greatest dishonor, I would not see it in rags, on the contrary, you would all be well dressed. I would not see any sick but, on the contrary, you would all be healthy. I would not see any hungry, all of you would be full. If you had profited from my riches, none of you would be without a home. All of you could have built a house for yourself." Every misery experienced in his kingdom is a source of suffering for the king, who weeps because of the ingratitude of his subjects who reject his possessions. His goodness is so great that, even in the face of this ingratitude, he does not withdraw his millions. Rather, he continues to keep them available to all, in the hope that future generations will accept the benefits that his current subjects disdain. Thus, the king will finally receive glory, which belongs to him for all the good he does in his kingdom. I behave like this king. Rather than withdrawing the love I have given, I continue to wander, crying, until I find souls who take up to the last penny of my treasures of love. That's when that my crying will cease and that I will receive glory for the gift of my love granted by my divinity for the good of all. Do you know what will be those happy souls who will dry my tears of love? These are the souls who will live in my divine will. These will take advantage of all the love rejected by previous generations. With the power of my creative will, they will multiply this love as much as they wish and for all the creatures who rejected him. So my complaints and tears cease and be replaced by happiness and joy. My peaceful love will offer these happy souls all the benefits that other souls have not enjoyed. Finding myself in my usual state, I followed the hours of the Passion. While I accompanied my dear Jesus in the mystery of his painful flogging, he appeared to me with his tattered flesh. His body was stripped not only of his clothes but also of his flesh. We could have counted his bones one by one. His appearance was horrible. It provoked fear, reverence, and love at the same time. I was silent in front of this heart-breaking scene, and I would have accomplished anything to relieve my sweet Jesus. But I didn't know what to do. The sight of his sufferings made me feel like the article of death. Jesus said to me with kindness, "My dear daughter, look at me so that you know the depth of my sufferings. My body is the image of man when he sins. Sin strips man of the garments of my grace. In order to restore his lost grace, I stripped myself of my clothes. Sin distorts man. He transforms it. Of the most beautiful creature out of my hands. In the ugliest and most horrible thing, which causes disgust and repugnance, I was the most splendid man. To restore man's beauty, my humanity has taken on the ugliest appearance. Look at me, see how horrible I am. The whips took away my flesh and skin, and made me unrecognizable. Sin not only robs man of his beauty, but inflicts deep wounds infected with gangrene, which corrodes his deep personality and consumes his vital essence. Therefore, all that is accomplished in the state of sin is lifeless and skeletal in appearance. Sin deprives man of his original nobility, enters its reason and makes him blind. To reach the depth of his wounds, my flesh was torn off, in such a way that my whole body became one wound. By pouring rivers of blood, I have poured my vital essence into the soul of man to bring it back to life. If I had not had with me my divinity, which is the ultimate source of life, I would have died from the beginning of my passion. With each suffering inflicted on me, my humanity died, but my divinity supported me. My sorrows, my spilled blood, my tattered skin were all contributions to bringing man back to life. But he rejects my blood, and so he does not receive life. He tramples on my flesh, and thus he remains filled with wounds. Oh! How cruelly I feel the weight of the ingratitude of men! Throwing himself into my arms, Jesus burst into tears. I squeezed him on my heart as he suffocated in tears. Seeing him cry like this broke my heart. I would have been willing to suffer any pain to prevent him from crying. I gave him my compassion. I embraced his wounds and I dried her tears. A little comforted, he added, "Do you know how I behave? I behave like a father who loves his son very much, while he is blind, deformed, paralyzed, etc. And what does the father who loves his son to madness do? He sheds his own eyes and legs. He tears off his skin and, giving himself entirely to his son, he said to him, 'I am happier being blind, deformed and paralyzed, if I know that you, my son, can see, walk and be beautiful.' Oh! How happy this father is to realize that his son now sees with his eyes, walks with his legs and is dressed in her beauty. How great his sorrow would be if he realized that his son, in an act of deep ingratitude, was getting rid of the eyes of his father, his legs and skin, preferring to become the miserable creature he was again? I'm like that father. I stripped myself of everything to give everything to man. I saw to everything. But, by its ingratitude, humanity inflicts the most cruel punishment on me. While I was in my usual state, Jesus manifested himself in a state of indescribable joy. I said, "What's going on, Jesus? What good news do you bring me that makes you so happy?" Jesus answered, "My daughter, do you know why I'm so happy? My happiness and joy is to see you write. Through the words you write, I see emerging my glory, my life, the light of my divinity, the power of my will, the satisfaction of my love, the ever-increasing knowledge of myself by creatures. I see all this in the words you write. With every word, I breathe in the pleasant smell of my perfumes. And I see these words running among the populations, bringing them new knowledge, my comforting love and the secrets of my divine will. Oh! It makes me so happy. I can't think of an adequate reward to give you when I see you writing. When you write new things about me, I invent new favors to reward you and I prepare to reveal new truths to you. Because that they are the extension of my life as an evangelizer and that they are my spokesman. I have always especially liked those who write about me. I reserve what is not contained in my Gospels to reveal it to them. My life as a preacher did not end with the death of my humanity. No, I must always preach as long as there are new generations. I said to him, "My love, it is for me a sacrifice to write the truths that you reveal to me. And the sacrifice is even greater when I am forced to write about intimate things that happen between you and me. I almost lack the strength to do so. I would do anything so I don't have to talk about myself when I write." Jesus replied, "You are always distinct from me. When you write things about what I give you, you write about me, on the love I bring to you and on how far my love for creatures goes. This will lead others to love me, so that they will be able to receive the benefits that I grant you. It is necessary that you ground yourself in me when you write. Otherwise, one could say, 'To whom did he say this? To whom has he shown himself so prodigal of his favors, perhaps towards the wind, the air?' No. Hasn't it been said that during my earthly life I have spoken to the apostles, to the multitudes? That I have healed such and such a sick person, and that I have been generous and noble to my mother? Everything is necessary. You can be sure that in everything you write, it is always me that you reveal." Jesus' absence weighed on me to the point that I was just calling him and desiring his return. But it was in vain. He thus had to wait a long time. Just when I really couldn't stand his absence anymore, he came. How many things I would have liked to tell him. But he was standing in a high place so that I couldn't talk to him. I contemplated him and loved him. "Jesus, Jesus, come." He also looked at me. He projected a dew that covered me like pearls, and this made him get closer to me. Rendered very close, he said to me, "My daughter." The desire to see me. The intensity and repetition of this desire pierces the veil that separates time from eternity, causing the soul to take off towards me. My love becomes almost restless. When I must delay in revealing myself to a soul that languishes after me. Not only must I reveal myself to this soul to calm my love, but I must also give it new charisms and new proofs of love. My love constantly desires to offer proofs of love to creatures. When my will acts to give itself to a creature, my love becomes festive. He runs, and even he flies towards this creature, he becomes his cradle. If he finds that the soul does not remain in the cradle of my divine will, then he cradles it and sings to make it rest and fall asleep. And when the soul sleeps, he breathes into it a life of renewed love. If the irregular breathing of the soul reveals an unhappy heart, then my love forms with my own heart a cradle for this soul to deliver it from its bitterness and fill it with the joy of love. Oh! How my love rejoices when the soul awakens and that, all happy and full of life, she becomes aware of her new birth. He said to the soul, "See, I rocked you in my womb, so that you wake up strong, happy, and transformed. Now I want to rock your footsteps, your works, your words, everything. I want your love. So that the fusion of our two loves will make us mutually happy. Be attentive and don't place anything between the two of us, it would sadden me. It is my love more than anything that brings me closer to man. My love is the cradle in which man was born. In my divinity, everything is harmony. In the same way that the parts of the body are in perfect harmony. Man has his intelligence to illuminate it. What drives him is his will. Thus, when he wants, the eye does not see, the hand does not work and the feet do not walk. When he wants, the eye sees, the hand works and the feet run. All members of the body complement each other. So it is with my divinity. My will directs everything and my attributes live in complete harmony with each other to accomplish what my love desires. My wisdom, my power, my knowledge, my goodness, and all my other attributes harmonize and form a whole. All my attributes, as different as they are, live in the reservoir of my love and realize the desires of love of my will. What man needs most is love. Love is to the soul what bread is to bodily life. Man can do without knowledge, power, or wisdom because these attributes are useful only in certain circumstances. But what could be said if I had created man without loving him? Why would I have created it if I wasn't going to love it? It would be a dishonor for me, an act unworthy of me, since my main function is to love. And what would become of man if he did not have in him the foundation of love? If he could not love, he would be a brute and wouldn't even deserve a look. Love must penetrate everything. He must permeate all human actions as the image of a king appears on all the coins of his kingdom. If a coin does not bear the effigy of the king, it is not accepted by the king's subjects. Similarly, if an action is not inspired by love, I cannot recognize it as mine. While I was in my usual state, my ever-adorable Jesus came and he said to me, "My daughter, my love for creatures makes me die every moment." The nature of true love is to make die and come back to life continuously for the loved one. By wanting a person for oneself, love makes one experience death. It produces one of the longest and most painful martyrdoms. But, stronger than death, this same love gives life at the same moment as it gives death. Why is this so? That life may be given to the loved one. So that a single life is formed between the person and the loved one. The flames of love have virtue to consume a person's life, to merge it with another life. This is exactly what happens with my love, he makes me die. From this self-immolation, he forms the seed to be planted in the heart of the creature, allowing me to grow in her and to form with it only one life. You too can die out of love for me who knows how many times, maybe in every moment. Whenever you want to see me, but you can't, your will experiences my absence as a death. When you don't see me, your will dies, not being able to find the life she is looking for. But after your will was consumed in this act of dying, I was born again into you and you into me. You find the life you desired, but to die again. Then come back to life in me. If you desire me, your unfulfilled desire experiences death. When I reappear, he finds a new life. So your love, your intelligence, and your heart can be in a continual act. Death and back to life. If I have done this for you, it is fitting that you do it for me. I was in my usual state and my ever-adorable Jesus showed himself to me taking up his cross on his most holy shoulder. He said to me, "My daughter," when I received the cross, I observed her from top to bottom in order to see the place that each soul occupied on her. And, contemplating every soul, I looked with more love and I paid special attention to those who had lived in my will. When I observed these souls, I saw their cross as long and wide as mine. Because my will made up for the length and width it lacked. Oh! How your cross stood out, long and wide! Because of your many years spent in bed, endured only to accomplish my will. While my cross was there only to satisfy the will of my heavenly Father. Yours was there to fulfill my will. The two honored each other. As they had the same dimensions, they merged. My will possesses virtue. To soften the hardness of the crosses. To mitigate their harshness. To lengthen them and to expand them so that they become like mine. For this reason, when I carried my cross, I felt both the sweetness and the harshness of the crosses of souls who have suffered in my will. Oh! Consolagement els ont apport amundi cur. Mais, en même temps. La lourdeur de ces croix fait ma croix enfoncer dans monde épaules. To the point that it caused a deep wound. Despite the sharp pain I was experiencing. At the same time I felt the sweetness of the souls who suffered in my will. How eternal my will is! Their suffering, their repairs and their actions have inhabited every drop of my blood, penetrated each of my wounds, each of my offences received. My will made me see as present all offences of creatures, from those of the first man, to those of the last. It was out of respect for the souls who were going to live in my will that I decreed redemption. If other souls can benefit from redemption, it is because of those souls who have lived in my will. There is no good that I grant, as much in heaven as on earth, if not out of consideration for these souls. I was meditating on the immense good that the sweet Jesus brought us by redeeming us. All goodness, he said to me. My daughter, I created the beautiful, noble man, of eternal and divine origin, happy and worthy of me. Sin caused him to fall from these heights into a deep abyss. He took away his nobility. Man has become the most unhappy of creatures. Sin has hindered its growth, and covered him with wounds that made him horrible to see, but my redemption delivered him from his guilt. My humanity has done nothing but what a tender mother accomplishes. Because her newborn is unable to take any food, she opens her womb and, bringing her child back to her, from her own blood transformed into milk, she provides him with the food he needs to live. Surpassing the love of a mother who feeds her child from her womb. My humanity, under the lashes, opened a multitude of channels from which rivers of blood flow so that my children could receive its life, feed on them and perfect their growth. With my wounds, I covered their deformities and made them more beautiful than at the beginning. When I created men, I made them of heavenly purity and nobility. Through redemption, I adorned them with the bright stars of my wounds. 4. Cover their ugliness and make them even more beautiful than at the beginning. In their wounds and deformities, I placed the precious stones of my pains in order to cover all their miseries. I dressed them with such magnificence that their appearance surpasses in beauty their original state. This is why the Church exclaims, "Happy mistake!" As a result of sin, redemption came, through which my humanity fed my children with his blood, clothed them with his personality and beauty. And my breast is always filled to feed my children. How severe will the condemnation of those who reject me, who refuse to receive the life that would make them grow and cover their deformities. I was dejected because I was deprived of the presence of my sweet Jesus. After making me wait a long time, he came. From his wounds, he poured his blood around my neck and chest. As soon as they touched me, these drops of blood became shiny rubies that formed the most beautiful ornament. Looking at me, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, how splendid is this necklace of my blood placed on you! How he beautifies you! See how he makes you look good!" And I, still disturbed because he had made me wait a long time, I said to him, "My love and my life, how I would like to have your arm around my neck as a necklace. It would make me really happy because I would feel your life. And I would become so attached to you that I would never let you go again. It is true that your things are beautiful, but when I do not find you yourself, I do not find life. When I have your things without you, my heart delirium. He panics and bleeds from the pain of your absence. Ah! If you knew how much you torture me when you don't come, you'd be careful not to make me wait that long." Having become all tenderness, Jesus wrapped my neck with his arm and, Holding my hand in his, he added, I know how much you suffer. Also, I make amends by forming with my arm a necklace around your neck. Does it make you happy? Know that I can do nothing less than make amends to those who live in my will. Because, by their very breathing, they form a necklace, which not only surrounds my neck, but my entire being. And I become as if chained to these souls in the fortress of my will. Far from displeasing me, it gives me such great contentment that I chain them to me in return. If you cannot live without me, it is because of these chains that attach you closely to me. To the point that a simple moment without me subjects you to a painful martyrdom. Poor girl, you're right. I will take all this into consideration and, far from leaving you, I'm going to lock myself in you. To enjoy the atmosphere of my will that I find in yourself. Your heartbeat, your thoughts, your desires, your movements, are all in my likeness. I find the most delicious rest on your breast. I was in my usual state when my sweet Jesus introduced himself. He was taciturn, very distressed and did not speak. I asked him, what troubles you, Jesus, so that you don't talk to me? You are my life, your words are my food and I cannot fast from them for long. I am very weak. I feel the need for continual nourishment to grow and maintain my strength. Jesus, all goodness, said to me, my daughter, I also feel the need for food. After you have been nourished by my word, it, once assimilated by you and changed into your blood, become my own food. If you cannot fast, neither can I fast. I want the reward for the food I give you. Afterward, I will come back to feed you again. Currently I am very hungry. Come quickly to fill this hunger. I was confused and didn't know what to offer him because I never owned anything. But Jesus, with both hands, took the beating of my heart, my breathing, my thoughts, my affections, my desires, all transformed into small globes of light. He consumed them saying, all these things result from my action in you. They belong to me and it is just that I consume them. My daughter, it is good that I work again the soil of your soul in order to plant the seed of my word to nourish you. I do like a peasant who wants to sow his field. He plows the soil and then lays the seeds. Later, he returns to cover the furrows where he planted the seeds so that they are protected. He gives them time to germinate. When they have multiplied by 100, he makes the harvest. He takes care not to cover the seeds with too much soil, as they could suffocate and die. He would run the risk of having nothing to eat. This is how I act. When I plow the soil of the soul, I open and increase his intellectual capacities so that I can sow my word there. Then I cover the furrows with earth, which consists of humility and the annihilation of the soul. I use all the miseries and weaknesses of the soul, because they are also land. But this earth must come from the soul because I do not have this kind of ground. Thus, I cover all the seed and happily await the harvest. But, do you want to know what happens when too much soil is placed on the seed? When the soul feels too strongly its miseries, its weaknesses, its nothingness, it worries and devotes so much reflection to it that the enemy takes advantage of the situation to tempt her, discourage her and make her lose confidence. This constitutes unnecessary or undesirable soil on my seeds. Oh! As my seeds then feel dying, how difficult it is for them to germinate under so much soil. Often souls tire the heavenly farmer, and he withdraws. Oh! How many of them are these souls? I said to him, my love, am I one of these souls? He replied, no, no. Souls who live in my will are unable to suffocate my seed. On the contrary, often I find in these souls only their nothingness, which produces so little earth that I can barely cover the seeds with a thin layer. The sun of my will makes them germinate quickly. After a big harvest, I immediately sow more seeds. Be assured of that. Don't you see that I am continually sowing new seeds in your soul? While he was telling me this, there was a certain sadness on his face. Taking me by the hand, he carried me out of my body and he showed me perplexed parliamentarians and ministers, as if they had prepared a great fire and had found themselves prisoners of the flames. One could see sectarian leaders who, tired of fighting against the Church, desired perpetrate bloody attacks against her, or be relieved of their leadership responsibilities. Their position was untenable for lack of funds and for other reasons. Thus, rather than appearing ridiculous, they sought to abandon their responsibilities to preside over the destiny of the nation. But who could say it all? Then, saddened, Jesus said to me, "Terrible, terrible are their plans. They want to do everything without me. But everything will be confusing for them." I looked at my writings and thought, is it really Jesus who speaks to me, or is it a game of the enemy or of my imagination? Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, my words are full of truths and light. They carry within themselves the power and virtue of infusing the soul. These truths, this light and all the good they wear. Thus, the soul knows not only the truths, but feels in her the inclination to act in accordance with them. My truths are full of beauty and attraction, in such a way that when the soul receives them, it is captivated. In me, everything is harmony, order, and beauty. For example, when I created the heavens, I could have stopped after creating the sun. But I wanted to adorn the celestial vault with stars so that the eyes of men could derive greater joy from the works of their Creator. When I created the earth, I adorned it with many plants and flowers. I have not created anything that is not imbued with beauty. If this is true in the order of created things, it is even truer in the order of my truths, which have their roots in my divinity. When they reach the soul, they are like rays of sunshine that reach and warm the earth without ever exhausting the sun. The soul falls so in love with my truths that it becomes almost impossible for him not to put them into practice. On the other hand, when it is the enemy who acts, or when it comes to fantasies that want to pretend to be truths, these things do not include no light, no substance, no beauty, no attraction. They are empty and lifeless. The soul does not feel inclined to make sacrifices to put them into practice. But the truths you hear from your Jesus are full of life and attractions. Why do you doubt? Being outside of my body, I found myself in a valley filled with flowers, where I saw my confessor dead a few days before, March 10th. According to his habit when he lived here on earth, he called out to me, "Tell me, what did Jesus tell you?" I replied, "He spoke to me inside of me, but didn't say anything verbally, and you know that I do not report the things that I perceive in this way." He continued, "I also want to hear what he told you internally." Seeing myself thus constrained, I replied. He said to me, "My daughter, I carry you in my arms. My arms will be for you like a little boat, to make you sail on the endless sea of my will, continuing to perform your deeds in my will. You will form the sails, the mast and the anchor. They will serve not only to beautify the small boat, but also will make it move faster. I love souls who live in my will so much that I carry them in my arms without ever leaving them." While I was talking to my confessor in this way, I saw Jesus' arms take the form of a small boat I was in. Following my words, the confessor said to me, "You must know that when Jesus spoke to you and manifested his truths to you, rays of light descended upon you. Because you don't have his power, when you passed on these truths to me, you revealed them drop by drop. Yet my soul was all enlightened. Just a little of that light was enough to motivate me and to make me desire to hear more of these truths, in order to receive even more light. For it was accompanied by a celestial fragrance and a divine sensation. Since the mere fact of hearing these truths attracted me these graces, what will it be for those who put them into practice? That is why I wanted so much to hear what Jesus was saying to you, and that I wanted to make it known to others. It was because of the light and the perfume. If you knew the great good that my soul drew from these truths, This celestial light and fragrance not only refreshed me myself, but served as light for the people around me. When you performed your deeds in the divine will, I felt the seed of this most holy will settle in me. I said, let me see your soul, let me see how it emits light. He opened up on the side of his heart and I saw his soul all radiating light. The patches of light merged and separated, one flying on top of the other. It was very beautiful to see. He added, do you see how beautiful it is to hear these truths? Those who do not listen to the truths are surrounded by such darkness that they inspire terror. Being in my usual state, I thought, I feel like I'm the ugliest of creatures. Nevertheless, my sweet Jesus said to me, that his projects for me are great and that the work he builds in me is so important, that he does not want to entrust it even to his angels. He himself wants to be the guardian, the actor, and the spectator. But what do I accomplish so greatly? Nothing. My outer life is so ordinary that I do less than most. As these thoughts ran through my mind, my ever amiable Jesus interrupted the course of it and said, my daughter, it is obvious that without your Jesus, you can't think of anything good and you can only say nonsense. My beloved mother, too, has achieved nothing extraordinary in her outer life. In fact, it seemed that she was doing less than the others. She stooped to performing the most ordinary tasks of life. She spun, sewed, swept the floor, lit the fire. Who would have thought she was the mother of God? His external actions revealed none of this. But when she carried me into her womb, I, the eternal Word, each of its movements, each of his human acts was revered by all creation. Through it emanated the life and support of all creatures. The sun depended on her and relied on her to maintain her light and warmth. The earth expected from her the development of the life of her plants. It all depended on her. Heaven and earth were attentive to the slightest of his movements. But who saw that? No one. All his greatness, power, and holiness. The immense oceans of benefits that emanated from her womb. Each of the beats of his heart. His breaths, his thoughts, his words, everything flew directly to his Creator. There was continual sharing between God and her. Everything that emanated from her joined her Creator. She was joined by him in return. These exchanges increased its greatness, raised it and allowed him to dominate everything. Yet no one noticed anything unusual about her. Only I, his God, his Son, knew everything. There was such a strong current between my mother and me, that his heart and mine beat in unison. She lived on my eternal heartbeat, and I lived on her maternal heartbeat. Our lives were imbued with continual exchanges. It is precisely this that, in my eyes, distinguished her as my mother. External actions do not satisfy me or please me, if they do not emanate from an interior of which I am life. That said, who is so abnormal about your life being so ordinary? I usually cover my greatest works of the most ordinary things, so no one can detect them. It gives me more freedom of action. When I have completed everything, then, in an effect of surprise, I manifest my work in the eyes of all and arouse admiration. Is this a small feat? That the acts of the creatures flow in the stream of my will and let my own deeds be one with those of creatures? Is this a small feat? That the divine desire penetrates the acts of creatures as their cause, that human acts be transformed in divine acts, in divine love, in divine reparation, in eternal and divine glory? Isn't it wonderful? That the human will can be maintained in a constant exchange with the divine will and that each will pours into the other? My daughter, I ask you to be attentive and to follow me faithfully. I replied, my love, so many things have happened lately that I have felt distracted. He said, so be careful because when your actions do not flow into my will, it is as if the sun stops its course. When you're distracted, it's like if the clouds covered the sun and darkness invaded you. Nevertheless, when distractions are involuntary, a strong and decisive act of your will is enough to bring you back to my will, so that the sun may resume its course and the clouds may dissipate, thus allowing the sun of my will to shine with even more magnificence. I accompanied Jesus in the sorrows of his passion. He manifested himself to me and said to me, "My daughter, sin chains the soul and prevents it from doing good. The spirit then feels the chains of guilt and is embarrassed in his understanding of the good. The will feels hindered and paralyzed. Instead of desiring good, she desires evil. The desire to fly to God has its wings clipped. I feel compassion when I see men chained by their faults. That is why the first suffering I wanted to experience was that of being chained. I wanted it to free men from their chains. The chains that hindered me became bonds of love as soon as they touched me. When my chains touched humanity, they burned and destroyed the chains that bound it, and they have bound men to me in love. My love is an active love, it cannot exist without acting. That is why I have prepared for each person what they will need to. Its rehabilitation, its healing and the restoration of its beauty. I have done everything in such a way that if men want to, they will have everything necessary at their disposal. My chains are ready to burn theirs. The pieces of my flesh to cover their wounds and to beautify them. My blood to give them life. Everything is ready. I have reserved for everyone what they will need personally. As my love wants to act and give itself, I feel driven by an intense desire, an irresistible force, which prevents me from being at rest. But do you know what I do when I see that almost no one welcomes what I offer? I concentrate my chains, the pieces of my flesh and blood, on those who desire and love me. I fill them with beauty. Then I attach them to me with my chains of love to multiply their graceful lives 100-fold. Only then does my love find its fulfillment, its satisfaction, and its rest. As he said these things, I saw his chains, the pieces of his flesh and his blood spill over me. He was in great joy to apply all his merits to me in this way. And he chained me to him totally. How good Jesus is! May he be blessed forever. He returned later and added, "My daughter, I feel the need for the creature to rest in me, and me in it. But, do you know when the creature rests in me and I in it? When his intelligence thinks of me and understands me. She rests in the intelligence of her Creator. And the intelligence of the Creator rests in the created mind. When the human will unites with the divine will, the two kiss and the two rest together. If the human being rises above all created things and loves only his God, what a pleasant rest for God and the soul! He who gives rest receives rest. I put the soul to bed in my arms and keep it in the sweetest sleep. Finding myself in my usual state, I was thinking of the holy divine will. My ever-kind Jesus took me in his arms, pressed me against him, and let out a long sigh. I felt his breath penetrate to my heart. He said to me, "Daughter of my will, my almighty breath infuses into you my life. For my breath constantly sustains the souls who live in my will. By giving a soul its breath, my will scares away everything that does not belong to me. In such a way that my will becomes the only air it breathes. When the body breathes, it sucks in air and then exhales it. Similarly, the soul living in my will is in the continual act to receive me and to give oneself to me. My will spreads throughout creation. There is nothing she has not put her seal on. When she pronounced her Fiat to create things, my will took possession of everything and became its support. She desires that all things dwell in her, in such a way that she receives a return for her noble and divine deeds. She wants to see her breeze, her perfumes, and her light flow through all human acts, in such a way that, flowing together, the acts of creatures and those of my will merge into one. This was the only purpose of creation. That all wills be as one will. This is what I want, what I propose, and what I expect. This is why I so long for my will to be known. I want to make its value and effects known. so that the souls who live in it diffuse in all things emanations of their will, impregnated with mine, like a fragrant air. I want these souls to imbue all their actions with my will so that the primary purpose of creation can be achieved. Thus, through these souls, all created things will have a double seal. The seal of my Fiat that caused the creation end. The seal of the echo of this Fiat emanating from the creatures living in my will. I was in my usual state. My ever-kind Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, when the soul performs its deeds in my will, it reproduces my life. If she performs 10 acts in my will, she reproduces me 10 times. If she makes 20, 100, 1,000, or even more in my will, she reproduces me as many times." This is similar to sacramental consecration. I am reproduced in as many hosts as there are consecrated ones. However, I need a priest to consecrate the hosts. In the case of my will, I need the deeds of the creatures that are living hosts, not inert like sacramental hosts before their consecration, so that my will can be included in these acts. Thus, I am reproduced in every act of a soul when they are carried out in my will. For this reason, my love finds full relief and full satisfaction in the souls who live in my will. They are the ones who serve as the foundation, not only to the acts of love and adoration that all creatures me must, but also of my sacramental life itself. How many times my sacramental life does she remain a prisoner and chained in a few consecrated hosts? Few receive communion. Often there is no priest to consecrate me. My sacramental life, not only can it not be reproduced as I desire, but often ceases to exist. Oh, how my love suffers! I would like to reproduce my life every day in as many hosts as there are creatures, so that I may give myself to each of them. However, I wait in vain, my will remains paralyzed. But what I have decided will be done. That's why I take a different path and I reproduce myself in every act performed by the creatures living in my will. I want these acts to bring the reproduction of my sacramental life. Oh, yes. Those souls who live in my will compensate for all the communions that creatures fail to receive and for consecrations that priests do not realize. In them I find everything, even the reproduction of my sacramental life. I repeat to you, your mission is very great. I could not have given you a higher, nobler, more sublime, more divine one. There is nothing I will not concentrate in you, even until the reproduction of my life. I will perform new wonders of graces never realized before. Therefore, be attentive and faithful. Make sure that my will always comes to life in you. Thus, I will find in you the work of the whole creation, with all the rights due to me and all that I desire. Being in my usual state, I felt completely merged with the holy will of my adorable Jesus. He said to me, "Daughter of my will, if you knew the wonders that happen when you merge with my will, you would be stunned. Listen. Everything I did when I was on earth translated the continual gift of my person and aimed at the crowning glory of the human family. My thoughts form a crown around the intelligence of creatures. My words, my works, and my steps form crowns around the words, works and footsteps of creatures, etc. By interweaving the acts performed by creatures with my own deeds, I can tell my eternal Father that the deeds of creatures come from me. But what are the acts that are thus intertwined with mine, with which I crown the whole human family? These are the acts of those who live in my will. When, through my will, you merge your thoughts with mine, my thoughts crown yours, which thus become identified with mine and are multiplied in them. So, I form a double crown around human intelligence. My heavenly Father receives not only from me, but from you as well, divine glory of all created intelligences. The same thing happens with your words and all your deeds. When this happens, my Father receives divine glory. Not only humans, but also created things, because they were created to transmit a continual love to men. It is therefore right for humanity to pay homage and love to its Creator for everything created. And what creatures allow all this? Those who live in my will. The soul that lives in my will can say that the eternal Fiat resonates in it. That it diffuses, sinks, and flies to engrave a new Fiat on each thing created, thus offering the Creator homage and love. This is how I did when I was on earth. There is not a single thing for which I have not praised my Divine Father on behalf of all creatures. I want and expect those who live in my will to do the same. If you knew how beautiful it is to see, in the flicker of the stars and in the sun's rays, my glory, my love, and my deep adoration united with your love and adoration. Everything flies on the wings of the wind, filling the atmosphere. Everything flows in the waters of the seas. The Creator is proclaimed by every plant and flower. Everything multiplies with each movement of the creatures. These form a unanimous voice repeating love, glory, and adoration to our Creator. That is why the creature who lives in my will echoes my voice, reproduces my life and sings the glory of the Creator. How could I not love such a creature? How could I not give this creature out what I had planned for all the others? How could I not give him supremacy over all others? Ah! My love would be destroyed if I didn't do this. My days are full of bitter suffering because I rarely see Jesus. Even when it manifests itself, it is like a lightning bolt that fades at the moment. What suffering! What a terrible sentence! My mind becomes desolate by the thought that my life, my all, will never return. Ah! It's all over for me. How will I find it? Who should I ask? Ah! No one has mercy on me. While I was immersed in these thoughts, my ever-kind Jesus came and he said to me, my poor daughter, how you suffer. Your state of suffering surpasses even that of the souls in purgatory. They are deprived of my presence because they are soiled by their sins. Their sins not only prevent them from seeing me but forbid them even to approach me. Because even the most insignificant sin cannot exist in the presence of my infinite holiness. Even if I allowed them to come into my presence, soiled as they are, it would cause them torments greater than those of hell itself. There is no greater torment to which I could subject a soul than to compel it to be in my presence when it is still soiled by sin. For this reason, in order to alleviate his tortures, I allow the soul to purge himself first of his faults and then, to come into my presence. But as far as the little girl of my will is concerned, it is not her faults that prevent me from manifesting myself to her. It is my justice that interposes itself between the two of us. That is why, when you cannot see me, your sufferings surpass all your other sufferings. Poor girl, take courage, you are associated with my own destiny. How terrible are the penalties of justice! I can only share them with those who live in my will because it takes divine strength to bear them. Don't be afraid, I will soon return to our usual relationship. Let the repercussions of justice join the creatures. Allow your sufferings to spread over other creatures. Because you could not wear them alone. After that, I will be with you as before. But, even now, I do not abandon you. I too know that you cannot be without me. Also, I will be in the depths of your heart and there we will talk to each other. After that, I followed the hours of passion. Especially the part where Jesus was clothed and treated like a lunatic. My mind was totally immersed in this mystery when Jesus said to me, my daughter. It was the most humiliating scene of my passion, being dressed and treated like crazy. This made me a toy, a diversion for the Jews. My infinite wisdom could not be subjected to greater humiliation. But it was necessary for me, the Son of God, to suffer this suffering. Sin drives man crazy. There is no greater insanity. From king that he is, he transforms it into a slave and a toy of the ugliest passions, who tyrannize him even more than if he were a lunatic. These passions, according to their own whims and fantasies, Throw him into the fange and cover him with what is most abject. Oh! How awful sin is! Man could never be allowed to appear before the Supreme Majesty in a state of sin. I wanted to undergo such punishment to implore man to leave this state of insanity. I offered Heavenly Father my sufferings in exchange for the punishments that man deserved for his insanities. Every suffering I suffered was an echo of the sufferings that creatures deserve. This echo resonated in me and made me a victim. Ridicule, mockery and of all torments. While I was in my usual state, my sweet Jesus carried me out of my body and showed me a crowd of people crying, homeless and in great desolation. Their cities, large and small, were destroyed and their streets deserted. You could only see rubble. Not a single place had been spared by the scourge. My God! What a pain to see such things! I looked at my sweet Jesus, but his gaze was turned away from me. He cried bitterly. In a sobbing voice, he said to me, "My daughter, man has become so monopolized by the earth that he has forgotten heaven. It's justice that the earth be taken from him and that he wanders unable to find a refuge so that he remembers that heaven exists. In the excessive concern for his body, man has forgotten his soul. Everything is for the body, pleasures, comfort, extravagances, luxury, etc. His soul, devoid of everything, cries out for starvation. In many, she died. But, oh! How hardened man is! His harshness prompts me to hit him harder in the hope that the punishments will coax him. My heart was tortured." Jesus continued. "You suffer a lot from seeing the land rebelling. Water and fire coming out of their limits, turning against man. Let us return to your bed and pray together for the destiny of man. In my will, your heart will beat over the entire face of the earth. He will fight for everything and say to me tirelessly, 'Love.' Then, when the punishments fall on the creatures, your heartbeat will intervene so that it is diminished. And when they touch the creatures, they will bring with them the healing balm of my love and yours." I remained very distressed. Especially because, as I withdrew, my sweet Jesus hid in my interior so deeply that I could barely feel his presence. What torment! Also, the thought of punishment terrorized me. The deprivation of his presence gave me a mortal sentence. In this state, I tried to merge with the holy will of my God and said to him, "My love, in your will, what is yours is mois. The sun is mine, all things created are mine. I give them to you. Let every patch of light and warmth of the sun tell you that. Jetma, jet adore, jet benis, jet pre pour tu. Les toils m appartiennent et, dans chacun de leurs scintillements, jet soli monde. Jetma infini et immense pour tu. Les plants, les fleurs, l'eau, le feu, l'air sont à moi. I give them to you so that they can say to you on behalf of all, I love you. Of the same eternal love with which you created us. Oh! If I tried to express all my love for you, it would be far too long." Afterwards, advancing into me, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, how beautiful are the acts and prayers performed in my will! How much the creature is then transformed into its creator and gives him a return for all that he has done for men. I created everything for man and offered him everything. The creature who lives in my will rises to his creator. She finds it in the act of creating all things as gifts to humanity. She is defeated by the multiplicity of so many gifts. She does not possess in herself the power to create all these things that she has received. Thus she offers them to God in an act of reciprocity of love. I gave you the sun, the stars, the flowers, the water, and the fire to express my love for you. Recognizing this, you accept them. Putting my love into action, you return them to me in reciprocity. The sun, which belongs to you, you give it back to me in reciprocity. The stars, the flowers, the water, I gave them to you and you give them back to me in reciprocity. Thus, the music of my love resonates again in all created things. In a unanimous voice, they give me back the love that I poured into creation. In my will, the soul rises to the level of its creator. It gives and receives through the divine will. Oh! What a competition thus takes place between the creator and the creature. If everyone could see this, they would be stunned to see how, by virtue of the power of my will, the soul becomes a little God. Being in my usual state, I reflected on the suffering of my dear Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. When all our faults appeared before him, greatly afflicted, Jesus said to me in my interior, "My daughter, my sorrow was immense and incomprehensible to a created mind. It was particularly intense when I saw human intelligence all distorted. My beautiful image, which I had reproduced in the created mind, had become horrible. We had given man a will, an intelligence and a memory. Heavenly Father's glory radiated from the human will. He had clothed her with his power, holiness, and nobility. He had left open avenues between himself and the human will so that the latter could enrich itself from the treasures of the divinity. Between the human will and the divine will, there was no division between my things and your things. Everything was kept in common in a mutual agreement. The human will was in the image of ours, similar to our essence, a reflection of ourselves. Thus, our life was destined to be the life of man. My Father had given him a free and independent will, like his. As this human will has been disfigured, having exchanged his freedom for the slavery of the vilest passions. Ah! It is this distorted will that is the cause of all the current human miseries. It is no longer recognizable. How far it is from its initial nobility! It makes you nauseous. Later, I, the Son of God, helped to endow man with intelligence, to whom I have communicated my wisdom and the science of all things, in such a way that by knowing these things, man can fully appreciate and benefit from them. But, unfortunately, man's intelligence has become filled with abominable vices. He used his knowledge to deny his Creator. Then the Holy Spirit participated by giving man a memory, so that, remembering the many benefits received in his intimate relationship with his Creator, it is penetrated by continuous currents of love. Love was destined to crown this memory, to penetrate it. But what sadness for eternal love! This memory serves to remember pleasures, riches, and even sins. Thus, the most holy Trinity has been expelled from the very benefits it has bestowed upon creatures. My sorrow at seeing these three abilities given to man distorted in this way is indescribable. We had established our throne in man and he expelled us. I was in my usual state when my dear Jesus manifested himself to me all sorrowful. He seemed to be about to set his justice in motion, forced that it was to do it by the creatures themselves. I begged him to lessen his punishments. He said to me, "My daughter, between the Creator and the creatures, he should circulate only love. Sin disrupts this circulation and opens the door to righteousness, making his way among the creatures. My justice longs to restore the reign of my flouted love. Oh! If man did not sin, my righteousness would not have to intervene. Do you think I desire to punish man? No, no. It causes me a lot of pain. It is very hard for me to touch man. But it is the man himself who forces me to chastise him. Pray that humanity will repent, so that having re-established the kingdom of love, justice can quickly withdraw." I was saying my usual prayers when, surprising me from behind, my ever-kind Jesus called me by name and he said to me, "Luisa, daughter of my will, do you want to live always in my will?" I answered, "Yes, O Jesus." He said, "But do you really want to live in my will?" I replied, "Really, my love. Moreover, I will not recognize any other will, I wouldn't adapt to it." Jesus said again, "But are you sure you want it?" Feeling confused and almost fearful, I added, "Jesus, my life, you scare me with your questions. Explain yourself more clearly. I answer you with certainty. But I always count on your strength and the help of your will." which envelopes me so well that I cannot live otherwise than in her. He breathed a sigh of relief and continued. How delight me with your 3 statements. Do not be afraid, they are only confirmations. That in you may be sealed with a triple seal, the will of the 3 divine persons. Know that whoever lives in my will must rise to such heights that it comes to live in the womb of the most holy Trinity. Your life and ours must be one. It is necessary that you know where you are and what company you are in. You must also conform to all that we accomplish. Thus, you will live within us totally. Conscious, consenting. Without constraint and with love. Are you familiar with our divine life? We have fun revealing ourselves by giving of ourselves all kinds of images. We continually form images of ourselves. So much so that heaven and earth are filled with them and their reflections are everywhere. The sun is our image, its light is the reflection of our light illuminating the earth. The firmament is our image, it extends everywhere as a reflection of our immensity. Man is our image, he carries within himself our power, our wisdom, and our love. Being in our womb, those who live in our will must be copies of ourselves. Work jointly with us. Let replicas of ourselves emanate from themselves in order to fill all earth and heaven. We created the first man with our hands and breathed life into him. All the other men descend from him and are his replica. Flowing through all generations, our power creates these copies. As you have been constituted the firstborn daughter of our will, it is necessary that you live with us. As the first copy of the souls who live in our will. By living with us, you adopt our attitude and gradually learn how we act. Then, when we finish making you the first copy of the souls who live in our will, more copies will follow. The road to our will is long. It encompasses eternity. Although it may seem to you that you have covered the entire length of it, you still have a lot to cover. You have much to receive from us. So that you can learn our ways of doing things and that you may be a good first copy of the souls who live in our will. This is the most important work we need to do in you. That's why we have to give you a lot. And it is very necessary that we dispose you to receive what we give you. That was the reason for my 3-fold question. It was for prepare your disposition. To open you, to raise yourself to the level of the plans we have on you. My desire for this is so great that I will put everything else aside to achieve my goal. Therefore, be attentive and remain faithful to me. I was outside my body when I saw my sweet Jesus, my life and my all. From him emanated countless suns that surrounded him. I flew into the midst of this light, and, throwing myself into his arms, I hugged him very tightly, saying, "Finally, I found you, now I will not leave you. You made me wait too long. Without you, I am lifeless, and I cannot remain lifeless. Then I will never leave you again." I hugged him tightly for fear that he would flee. As if he was delighting in my embraces, he said to me, "My daughter, do not fear, I will not leave you again. Just as you cannot deprive yourself of me, neither can I do without you. And to assure you that I will not leave you, I will chain you and bind you with my own light." I remained so immersed and invaded by the light of Jesus, that it seemed to me that I could not find any way out. How happy I felt and how many things I understood in the midst of this light. I lack words to express myself. I remember he said to me, "Daughter of my will, this light in which you are immersed is nothing but our will. She wants to consume your will to give you our form, that of the 3 divine persons. Our will desires to transform you entirely into ourselves. She wants to dwell in you so that you can reproduce what we accomplish. Oh! How complete the purpose of creation will then be! You will be the echo of our will. There will be reciprocal correspondence, reciprocal love. We will be in complete harmony. The creature will be merged with its creator. Nothing will be missing from our joy and happiness. Relative to what we had anticipated at the time of creation. The "let us make man in our image and likeness" will take on its full meaning and find its full fulfillment. Being the only actor in creation, our will lead everything to its fulfillment, creation will reach its peak. We will recover it within ourselves as our work, as originally planned. If you cannot be without me, it is due to the echo of my love that resonates in you. Because my love too cannot be without you. Trembling with emotion, you look for the one who loves you so much. And I, seeing myself desired, I feel compelled to send you new streams of love so that you can look for me even more. I said to him, sometimes, oh my love, while I seek you intensely, you do not come. That is why, now that I have found you, I will never leave you. I will not go back to my bed. I cannot. You made me wait too long. I'm afraid that if I leave you, you'll still deprive me of you. I kissed him more strongly, repeating to him, I will never leave you, I will never leave you again. Rejoicing in my attitude, Jesus said to me, my beloved daughter, you are right that you cannot be without me, but about my will, what are we going to do? It is my will that wants you to go back to your bed. Do not fear, I will not leave you. I will keep the light of my will flowing between you and me. When you want me, you will only have to touch this current. Sur les ailes de ma volonté, je viendrai rapidement vers toi. Retourne dans aucun lit pour aucune autre raison que celle de ma volonté. Qui veut réaliser son dessein sur toi et qui veut faire son chemin en toi. Je vais moi-même t'accompagner pour te donner la force de retourner. Oh! The goodness of Jesus! It seems that, without my consent, he would not have brought me back. As soon as I said to him, Jesus, do what you want, I found myself in my body again. After that, I was surrounded by light all day. When I wanted to, I touched the light and he came. The next day, he took me out of my body and showed me all kinds of created things. He showed himself, not only as the creator and the controller, but from him came life and the support of everything. The creator power was constantly in contact with all of creation. If this power were to be lacking, if only for a moment, everything would dissolve into nothingness. My dear Jesus said to me, I want to give the children of my will authority over everything. My power and theirs must be one. If I am king, they must be kings. And if I have communicated to you the knowledge of everything, it's not just so you know, but so that you govern and so that you participate in the preservation of all created things. Just as from me my will extends over all creatures, I also want it to do so from you. Later, he showed me a place from which black smoke rose. He said to me, look, these are statesmen who want to decide the fate of nations. As a result, no good will come out of them. They will only succeed in exasperating each other and thus making things worse. Poor nations led by blind people filled with selfish interests. These men will go down in history as grotesque, capable only of causing ruin and disorder. But let us withdraw, let us leave them to their expedients, so that they see the consequences of acting without me. Then Jesus disappeared and I found myself in my body. Everything I write, I do out of obedience. But I do it even more for fear of displeasing Jesus and for fear that he will deprive me of his presence. Only he knows what it costs me to be deprived of his presence. When I spend a day without his presence, oh! What suffering! I thought to myself, how quickly he broke his promise not to leave me. O holy and eternal will, bring me back my greatest good, my all. The pain I felt was such that I was all melancholic. In this state, I tried to merge with his holy will. Then Jesus came. He was all in tears and his heart was cut into pieces. Seeing him cry, I put my problems aside. And, kissing him and drying his tears, I said to him, what is Jesus wrong? Why do you cry like this? What did we do to you? He replied, ah! My daughter, they want to challenge me. They are preparing for me an awful challenge, a challenge from the rulers. My pain is such that I feel my heart cut into pieces. Oh! How fair it is that my righteousness should be unleashed against creatures. Come with me in my will. Let us rise between heaven and earth and let us worship the Supreme Majesty together. Let us bless her and pay homage to her for everything, so as to that heaven and earth be filled with acts of worship, homage, and blessing, and that everything receives the beneficial effects of it. So I spent the morning praying with Jesus in his will. But, oh! What a surprise! The divine will spread our prayers about all created things. Our prayers left their mark on each of them. Our prayers also reached the kingdom of heaven, where all the blessed received their imprint as well as a new bliss. These footprints even descended to Purgatory, and all of them received its beneficial effects. Who can say what it is to pray with Jesus and the effects that follow? Then, after we prayed together, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, have you seen what it means to pray in my will? Since there is no point where my will is not. Prayer flows over all and all things. She is life. She is the actress and spectator for everything. Likewise, the acts performed in my will become life. They are the actors and spectators for everything, even for the joy and bliss of the saints. Everywhere they bring light, fragrant and heavenly air radiating joy and happiness. Therefore, never leave my will. Heaven and earth are waiting to receive new joys and new splendors." I was in my usual state, completely immersed in the divine will, when my sweet Jesus said to me, "The sun does not abandon plants, but rather the caresses of its light and fertilizes them with its heat, until they produce flowers and fruits. Then, jealously, it ripens these fruits, protects them from its light and only abandons them when the farmer picks them for food. This is the case for the acts carried out in my will. My love and jealousy towards them is such that my grace caresses them. My love shapes them, makes them fruitful and makes them mature. I charge thousands of angels to protect them. Because these acts are seeds, so that my will may be realized on earth as in heaven, the angels jealously protect them. I give these acts my breath as a dew and my light as a shadow. And the angels, seduced and respectful, adore them. Because they see in themselves the eternal will. They only abandon these acts when they see souls willing to take them as divine fruits, for their own food. Oh! The fruitfulness of these acts!" Hugging me tightly, Jesus added, "My daughter, these acts are so great that when a soul performs them, there is nothing in heaven and on earth that does not participate in them. Through them, the soul is put into communion with all created things. All the benefits, the firmament, the sun, the stars, water, fire, and everything else are not only in continuous connection with these souls, but they become his possessions. The soul is in harmony with all creation. Why is this so? Because the souls who live in my will are custodians, precautionaries, supporters and defenders of my will. They anticipate what I want. Without me asking, they respond to my desires. They include the greatness and holiness of my will. Jealously, they guard and defend it. How could it not be appropriate for all creatures to be delighted as they contemplate those souls who bear witness to their God by the virtue of my will? Who else but those who live in my will can defend my rights? Who else can truly love me with selfless love, similar to my love? I feel stronger with these souls, but strong with my own strength. I am like a king who feels stronger, more glorious, safer in the midst of his faithful ministers than when he is alone. If he is alone, he deplores the absence of his ministers because he has not no one to spill out with, no one to whom to entrust his wealth. I am like that king. Who can be more faithful to me than those who live in my will? I see my will reproduced in them. Therefore, I feel more glorious. I confide in them and I put my trust in them. Finding myself in my usual state, I live my soul and all my interior thoughts, affections, heartbeat, tendencies, etc., transformed into so many rays of light. They lay down and expanded so much that, emerging from my interior, They harmonized with the sun. Then, rising even higher, they touched the heavens and then spread all over the earth. Looking at all this, I noticed that my sweet Jesus held all these rays of light in his hand, and, with wonderful mastery, directed them, lengthened them, enlarged them, and multiplied them at will. When they were touched by these rays of light, the things created harmonized and celebrated. Jesus said to me, "My daughter, have you seen? How do I affectionately entertain myself with the acts performed in my will, and how do I direct them? I'm so jealous of it that I do not entrust them to anyone, not even to the soul itself. I do not allow a single thought, a single fiber to be deprived of the almightiness of my will. Each of these acts is imbued with divine life. When touched by these acts, created things feel the life of their creator. They are once again experimenting with the all-powerful Fiat from which they derived their existence. And they celebrate this beautiful harmony. These rays of light emanate from your interior. If your heart did not live in my will, but in another or in your own will, your heart would not have these pulsations of divine life. In their place, it would be human heartbeats deprived of divine life. Human garlic, etc. As the human is incapable of generating the light but only the darkness. Then, instead of light, darkness would prevail. My will would be saddened by not being able to apply all its power in you. While Jesus was telling me this, I wanted to see if in my soul existed certain human pulsations that could interfere with the divine heartbeat. Despite all my research, I couldn't find any. Then Jesus added, "So far, there are none. I tell you this to make you attentive and familiarize you with what it means to live in my will. To live in my will is to live with eternal heartbeats, with my almighty breath. Finding me in my usual state, my beloved Jesus, like a furtive ray of light, barely revealed himself. Sometimes he manifested a facet of his light, sometimes his hand, etc. I felt an indescribable sorrow. Then, caressing my face with his hand, he said to me, 'Poor girl, how you suffer.' Then he withdrew. Then I said to myself, Jesus has told me many times that he loves me very much and suffers from seeing me suffer from his absence. Who knows how he now suffers from seeing me crushed by the pain of his absence? To reduce his suffering, I want to become strong. I will try to be happier, less sad, and more attentive to maintain my flight and my attitudes in his will. Thus, I will be able to bring him a consoling kiss, without sorrow but with joy and peace, a kiss that will not sadden him." While I was thinking about this, all pained and heartbroken, he emerged into my interior. In the center of his heart, one could see a small flame. He said to me, "My daughter, it is true that the more I see you suffering when I deprive you of my presence, more I am pained. As my absence is the cause. My sorrow is nothing but the consequence of the love I have for you. That is why, when you are sad and overwhelmed, the pulsations of your heart reverberate on mine and make me feel your affliction. Oh! If you knew how much pain I feel when I see you suffering because of me, you would always be circumspect and delicate. You would always be careful to add to my suffering. For the sorrows of those who love me the most flow a direct current into my heart. Look, the wound you see in the center of my heart and from which a flame escapes, it is yours. But do not be inconsolable because, though it causes me great sorrow, it also gives me a lot of love. Be at peace. I will undertake the realization of my righteousness, but I will not leave you. I will come back often, even if it is only like a light. I will not stop making my little visits to you." I thought to myself, who could say what offense I have done to my dear Jesus? Why doesn't he come as usual? How the goodness of his most sacred heart! Who succumbs so quickly to those who love her, did she see fit to resist so many of my calls? While I entertained such thoughts, he came out of my interior and he covered me with a shining cloak of light, so resplendent that I was only light. He said to me, "My daughter, what do you fear? Look, so that you are reassured and feel protected. I have covered you with this mantle of light, so that no creature can hurt you. Also, why are you wasting your time figuring out how you could have offended me? The poison of guilt must not enter those who live in my will. Ah, my daughter! Holiness in my will is not yet known. Each kind of holiness has its distinct qualities. Many are surprised to hear that I come to see you regularly, since it is not usual for me to do this with souls. Holiness in my will is inseparable from me. To raise a soul to the level of the divine, I must keep it. Be identified with my humanity, or in the light of my divinity. I could not maintain in a soul an attitude to act in my will if my actions and his were not one. That is why the soul that lives in my will assumes all my attributes and blends into each of my acts, including the acts of my justice. For this reason, when I want to chastise, I hide my humanity from you. Indeed, my humanity is more accessible to human nature. So, when you receive its emanations, you feel the love and compassion that I feel for souls, and with your human attributes, you stop the whips with which I would like to punish them. Thus, when souls corner me to the point of punishing them, I hide from you my humanity and I raise you to the level of my divinity. There, captivated by my divinity, you are happy and you do not feel the emanations of my humanity. Then I am free to chastise creatures. Or I manifest to you my humanity to make you participate in my acts of mercy towards the creatures. Or I absorb you into my divinity, to make you participate in my acts of justice. You are always with me, but when I absorb you into my divinity, I give you greater grace. Yet you, not seeing my humanity, complain of being deprived of me, because you do not realize the great grace I am doing to you. When I learned that I was participating in acts of righteousness, I was horrified and told him, "My love, does this mean that when you chastise the creatures, destroying their homes, I participate with you in these operations?" No, no. May heaven exempt me from touching my brothers. When you want to punish, I will become small in your will, and I will not spread myself in her so as not to be involved in what you do. I want to participate in everything you do. But in the acts of chastisement of creatures, no, never. Jesus replied, "Why are you shocked? Melted into my will, you cannot exclude yourself from what I am doing. It is an intrinsic part of life in my will. This is precisely the distinctive quality of holiness in my will. Do not accomplish anything by oneself, but rather do everything God does. My justice, holiness, and love keep the rights of the Godhead in balance. If there were no justice, the perfection of my divinity would not be total. If you want to live in my will without participating in the acts of my righteousness, your holiness in my will not be able to attain its full fulfillment. When two streams are merged, one is forced to do what the other does. If they are separated, each follows its particular path. My will and yours are these two merged streams. And what one does, the other has to do. Then I surrendered myself completely to his will, while nevertheless experiencing a great repulsion in relation to justice. My sweet Jesus returned and continued, "If only you knew, as it costs me to use my justice and how much I love creatures. Creation is for me what the body is to the soul, what the peel is to the fruit. I am bound to man by continuous action. But the things created veil me, just as man's body veils his soul. Yet, without the soul, the body would have no life. In the same way, I approach man through all created things. I touch him and I maintain his life. I am hidden in the fire, and I comfort man with his warmth. If I were not in him, fire would not give warmth, it would be like a fire in a painting, lifeless. When I approach man by fire, he doesn't recognize me, nor does he greet me. I'm in the water, and, through it, I draw near to man, quenching his thirst. If I were not in the water, it would not quench thirst, it would be dead water. Yet when I visit man in this way, he passes before me without even bowing his head. I am hidden in food. And I visit man, giving food its substance, strength, and flavor. If I was not present in the food, then, even if he ate, man would still be hungry. Yet, although he draws his food from me, man turns his back on me. I am hidden in the sun and I visit man with his light and warmth almost every moment. But the ungrateful man responds to all this with continual offenses. I visit man by all things. By the air it breathes, by the fragrant flowers, by the light and refreshing breeze, by the thunder that erupts. By everything. My visits are countless. Do you see how I love man? And you, being in my will, participate with me when I visit man to maintain his life. So do not be shocked if you are sometimes involved with me in my works of righteousness. Being in my usual state, I was overwhelmed by Jesus' prolonged absence. I was in prayer and I felt someone behind me. Not realizing it was Jesus, I became frightened and shuddered. Then he manifested himself, stretched out an arm to me, and, taking my hand in his, he said to me, "Don't be afraid, Luisa, it's me." Troubled as I was and tired of waiting for him, I said to him, "It is obvious, Jesus, that you do not love me as before. You took everything away from me, even suffering. You were all I had left. But often you disappear and I don't know what to do or where to find you." "Ah! That is true, you don't love me anymore." Jesus took on a serious air, so full of dignity that he provoked apprehension. He says, "You offend me when you say that I don't love you like I used to. Be careful, for the slightest doubt about my love is the gravest offense in my eyes. So, I don't love you? I don't love you? And all the graces that I have given you and that I am preparing for you have no value in your eyes?" I became confused and fearful when I saw Jesus' stern attitude. Deep in my heart, I begged him to forgive me and have mercy on me. With a softer air, he said to me, "Promise me that you will never repeat this again. To show you that I love you, I want to make you suffer by sharing my sorrows with you." After he had made me suffer somewhat, he continued, "Now I want to show you how I love you." He showed me his open heart, from which immense seas escaped. Power, wisdom, goodness. Of love, of beauty and of holiness. In the center of each of these seas was written, "Luisa, daughter of my immensity, Luisa, daughter of my power, Luisa, daughter of my wisdom. Luisa, daughter of my goodness, Luisa, daughter of my love, Luisa, daughter of my beauty, Luisa, daughter of my holiness." The more I saw these things, the more confused I was. And Jesus continued, "Have you seen as I love you? Your name is written not only in my heart, but also in each of my attributes. Your name written in my heart opens up new currents for you. Of graces, light, love, etc. Yet, in spite of all this, you say that I do not love you? How can you even suspect such a thing?" Only Jesus knows how dejected I was at the thought of having offended him, and this, in his very presence. Oh! My God, what a pain! How horrible it is to be guilty! I was in my usual state. My ever-kind Jesus manifested himself in me, where he opened a small door. Placing his arms on the door, he tilted his head inside to see what the creatures were doing. With Jesus, I could see. Who could describe all the evil that was seen there? The offenses perpetrated against Jesus and the punishments that would fall on the creatures. A terrible sight. I also saw our poor nation stricken with divine punishments. Then I stopped at Jesus' gaze, which was filled with tenderness, love, and also sorrow. Remembering that a few days earlier, I had not succeeded in changing his attitude towards creatures, I said to him, "My love and my life, see how our dear brothers suffer. Won't you have pity?" How willingly I would accept to suffer everything, to prevent them from being harmed by these punishments. Remember that this is a duty incumbent upon me by my status as a soul victim, following your example. Didn't you suffer everything for us? Do you not want me to suffer so that these punishments may be spared them? Don't you want me to imitate you, you who have suffered so much? Jesus interrupted me. Ah! My daughter, man has reached such a level of depravity that I can only look at him with horror. I can look at it only by you. Finding in you the tenderness of my humanity and my prayers, I become full of compassion. And, out of love for you, I will save lives. L'homme a besoin de severes purifications. Autrement, il ne verra pas la réalité. Nor will he correct his driving errors. That is why, to confuse it and renew things, I'm going to shake everything. I will invent new and unpredictable punishments whose source he will not be able to find. But, don't be afraid. Because of your love, I will spare some of the creation because I feel in you what I have in my humanity. Solidarity with all creatures. As a result, it is difficult for me to resist your requests, to displease you. Later, I found myself outside my body in a very high place, where I found my Heavenly Mother, our deceased Archbishop, my parents, and my sweet Jesus in the arms of the Bishop. When the latter saw me, he placed Jesus in my arms, saying, "Take him, my daughter, and rejoice in him." Once in my arms, Jesus said to me, "Beloved daughter of my will, I want to renew your bonds with the great gift of life in my will. And I wanted witnesses for this event. My dear mother, the bishop who participated in your spiritual direction when he was on earth, and your parents. Thus, you will be confirmed more strongly in my will, you will receive all the benefits that my will entails. And these witnesses will be the first to receive the effects of the glory associated with your life in my will. You are only an atom in my will. But, in this atom, I place all the substance and strength of my will. In such a way that when you move, the immense sea of my will receive your movement and its waters will be agitated. Through this agitation, its waters will exhale their freshness and scents. And they will overflow for the good of heaven and earth. An atom is small, light, and incapable of completely agitating the immense sea of my will. But, when this atom contains the substance of my will, he can accomplish anything. And you will give me space for me to perform in you other divine acts inspired by my will. You will be like a pebble thrown into a fountain, when it hits the water, it makes waves, the water becomes agitated and exhales its freshness and fragrance. The pebble cannot make the fountain overflow, because it does not contain the substance of my will. But your atom, because it contains the substance of my will, not only can stir and agitate all my sea, but also flood heaven and earth. With one breath, you will absorb my will and all the bliss it contains. And, from the next one, you will exhale it. Every time you do this, you will multiply my life and my blessings. In heaven, the blessed enjoy all the bliss that my will entails, and live as if they were in his midst. But they cannot multiply my will, for in them the merits are fixed. Therefore, you are happier than them, because you can multiply my life, my will, and all the benefits they contain. Happy to dwell in you, my will acts. She needs your actions to multiply me. When you act, I am concerned that it be in my will so that I can be multiplied by your actions. How alert you must be so as not to let anything escape you. I thought to myself, if an act done in the will of Jesus is so great, how many of these acts, alas, I let slip. My sweet Jesus, approaching me in my interior, he said to me, "My daughter, there is in my will the prior act and the current act. The prior act occurs when the soul, at the beginning of the day, fixes his will on mine, confirms that she wants to live and operate in my will only. By this act, she anticipates all her acts and deposits them in my will. By this prior consent, The sun of my will rises and my life is reproduced in all acts, as in a single current act. However, the prior act may be obscured by certain human provisions. Own will, self-esteem, negligence, etc. All these things are like clouds, placing himself in front of the sun and which make its light less bright. The current act, on the other hand, is not subject to cloud interference, but it has the virtue of scattering all clouds. It raises other suns, in which my life is reproduced with an even more intense light and heat to form as many new suns, each more beautiful than the next. Both acts are necessary. The prior act gives the impetus, arranges the heart and is the basis of the current act. The current act preserves and extends the previous act. Being in my usual state, I meditated on the hours of the passion of my dear Jesus, especially on the moment when he was presented before Pilate, who asked him about his kingdom. Jesus said to me, "My daughter, it was the first time in my earthly life that I was confronted with a non-Jewish leader. He asked me about my kingdom and I answered, 'My kingdom is not of this world. If he were of this world, legions of angels would defend me.' With these words, I have opened my kingdom to the Gentiles and I have communicated to them my heavenly doctrine. This is so true that Pilate said to me, 'Are you king?' I immediately replied, 'Yes, I am king. And I came into this world to reveal the truth.' With these words, I wanted to open a path in his mind so that he would come to know me. Feeling moved by my reply, he asked, 'What is the truth?' But he did not wait for my answer and, as a result, I could not make him benefit from my explanation. I would have said to him, 'I am the truth, everything in me is truth. The truth is my patience in the midst of so many insults. She is my kind look at so much mockery, slander, and contempt. She is my affable and attractive attitude in the midst of those enemies whom I love even though they hate me. Mim sils voulant me tuer, je le me, je verle embrasser et leur donner la vie. Mes paroles solennelles, pleines de sage celeste, sunt vérité tout en moi est vérité. This truth is more than a majestic sun rising, splendid and luminous. It shames its enemies. She makes them fall at her feet.' Pilate asked me sincerely and I answered him immediately. Herod, on the contrary, questioned me with malice. Also, I did not answer him anything. I reveal myself to those who sincerely desire to learn holy things. I reveal to them more than they hope to know. On the other hand, I hide from those who are curious and wicked. When they try to mock me, I hide and confuse them, in such a way that it is I who mock them. Nevertheless, by the fact that my person is inhabited by the truth, he also manifested herself to Herod. My silence before his hostile interrogation, my modest looks, my attitude full of kindness, the dignity and nobility of my person, were for him so many truths, truths in action. I thought, my good Jesus has changed from me. He rejoiced in making me suffer by participating in his nails, thorns, and cross. Now all that is gone. He no longer rejoices in making me suffer. And if I happen to suffer, he no longer takes his interest in it as before. As I thought about this, my sweet Jesus, in my interior, sighed. And he said to me, "My daughter, when you have higher interests, the less important ones lose their appeal and charm. We look at them with indifference. The cross binds the soul to God. But who feeds it and makes it grow to its zenith? This is my will. Only my will brings to completion my highest purposes on a soul. If it were not of my will, even the cross, though full of power and greatness, could let the soul stop halfway. Oh! As there are many who suffer. But as there are many those to whom the assiduous nourishment of my will is lacking. They can't really die at their human will. Being thus hindered, the divine will cannot bring the soul to the ultimate summit of divine holiness. On the other hand, you say that the nails, thorns, and cross have disappeared. But this is not true, my daughter, this is not true. In fact, your cross was small and incomplete. Now, through my will, it has been enlarged. Every act you do in my will is a nail in your own will. When your will lives in my will, it is prolonged to the point to spread in all creatures and to give me back, in their name, the life I had granted them. You thus return to me the honor and glory for which I had created them. As your will immersed in mine expands, so is your cross. It is no longer a cross for you alone, but for all creatures. Also, I see your cross everywhere. Not as before, when I saw it only in you. Now I see it in all creatures. Your fusion in my will, devoid of any personal interest, has no objective. That to give me what all creatures owe me, and to offer to all creatures all the benefits contained in my will. It is exclusively a divine life, not human. And it is only my will that forms divine holiness in the soul. Your first crosses were attached to human holiness. Man, holy as he is, cannot achieve great things, only small ones. Even less can he raise his soul to the level of the holiness of his Creator. Participate in the actions of its Creator. Man is always subject to the intrinsic limits of creatures. But my will, demolishing all the barriers between the human and the divine, can throw the soul into the immensity of the divine. Thus, everything becomes immense in her. The cross, nails, holiness, love, reparation, etc. My goal for you is more than human holiness, although I first had to accomplish small things in you. And I was so happy doing it. And I have made you progress further, until you live in my will. I rejoice so much when I see your smallness, your nothingness embracing my immensity, to give me glory and honor in the name of all and everything. This prompts me to return all rights to creatures and rejoices me so much that I take pleasure in nothing else. So your cross and your nails are my will which, by crucifying your own will, completes in you the true crucifixion, making it like the men. I was conceived crucified, I lived crucified and I died crucified. I have continually nourished my cross by exclusively carrying out the divine will. Thus, I was crucified for each of the creatures. And my cross has placed its seal on each of them. When I was in my usual state, my always kind Jesus came frequently. This time, when he arrived, he put his head against mine and said to me, "My daughter, I need rest." The uncreated intelligence desires to rest in the created intelligence. But to know a complete rest in your intelligence, she must find in it all the glory and contentment that all other intelligences owe me. That is why I want to increase your abilities. And I will not be happy until my will has placed in you all that others should give me. Then he blew on my intelligence. By strokes of light, it became connected to all the spirits that emerged from the hands of the Creator. Each line said, "Glory, adoration, honor, love, gratitude to our God 3 times holy." Then Jesus said to me, "Ah! Yes. Now I can find rest in your intelligence. Because I receive the recognition and reciprocity of the intelligence created. The created spirit merges with the uncreated spirit." Then he pressed his head on my heart. And it seemed that he did not find complete rest there. He went on to place his mouth on my heart and exhaling, with each of his breaths, my heart dilate. He says, "My daughter, I am determined to find rest. And I want to breathe in your heart. In order to place in him all the love that the rest of creation owes me. My rest cannot be perfect. Before I receive reciprocity for the love I give. I want to find in your heart the love that all creatures owe me. My will perform this miracle in you and your heart will sing a note on behalf of all. This note will be, love." He placed his head on my heart again and let it rest there. How beautiful it was to see Jesus at rest. Then he disappeared. But he returned immediately. This time, he desired to seek rest in my hands and then on my shoulders. It seemed that he wanted to check if my whole person was consenting and able to give him rest. He says, "My dear, how I love you. I concentrate in you all the love that was intended for others but was refused. I perceive in you the echo of my creative word. Let us make man in our image and likeness. And I find this word fulfilled in you. Ah! Only our will can bring man back to his origins. Our will place on the human will the mark of all divine attributes. And, after merging it with ours, it will deposit it in the arms of the Creator. This human will no longer be distorted by guilt as before. But it will have become pure again, beautiful and in the likeness of its Creator. I want you to receive in your will the imprint of my will. That neither heaven nor earth may perceive a will acting in you other than the divine will. They will feel overwhelmed by this divine will in you. So be prepared to accept everything from me and remain faithful to me. Later, Jesus came back sad and said to me, I am saddened when creatures think that I am severe and that I desire to exercise justice more than mercy. They expect to be punished by me for the slightest fault. Oh! How saddens me! Since this leads them to stand away from me. And those who keep a distance from me cannot receive all the infusion of my love. Rather, they are the ones who do not like me. They think I'm stern and almost scary. If they only took a look at my life, they would see that I have exercised only one act of righteousness to defend my Father's house. I took ropes and expelled those who violated the temple. Everything else in my life has been nothing but mercy. My conception was mercy. My birth was mercy, my words were mercy, my deeds were mercy, my steps were mercy. The blood I shed was mercy, my sufferings were mercy. I have accomplished everything in the mercy of my love. Yet many fear me, while they should fear themselves much more than I do. I thought, why does the spiritual life have so many vicissitudes? As soon as someone thinks they are on the right track, at the most unexpected moment, they jump to the other side. Thus, we suffer countless tears. Painful tears to the point of bleeding the heart. These vicissitudes constitute a continual martyrdom. Then my sweet Jesus stepped into me and said to me, my daughter, it is true that the spiritual life is a continual martyrdom. It is like that of the first and greatest of martyrs, myself. It is necessary to suffer through many changes to allow the spiritual life to reach its own stature, so that it becomes noble, beautiful, and perfect. If bodily life, which is less important than spiritual life, must experience countless changes to reach maturity, this is even more true for the spiritual life. The spiritual life is modeled on the natural life. Stop for a moment at the many changes that characterize natural life. The being is conceived in the mother's womb. And it stays there for 9 months to form a small body. When the body is formed, it is forced to emerge. If he wanted to stay inside the womb, he would die. Lacking space to grow, it would suffocate. By putting her life and that of the mother in danger. If natural life were to be conceived outside the womb, who would provide the blood and heat necessary for the formation of the small body? And even if it were possible, the contact of the air would destroy the tender limbs of this small body. Now consider what care should be given to a newborn. In the period following his birth, heat, cold, or insufficient breastfeeding could lead to death. If the infant was given a food other than milk, he cannot chew it and it could be life-threatening. Then comes the time when the child can eat other foods, can do without diapers, and takes his first steps. You see? We are still in early childhood and the child has already experienced countless changes. What would we say if, when we put the child on the floor so that he can take his first steps, he gave in to fear, made angry scenes, cried, and stubbornly refused? This would be lamentable, since the child could not reach maturity if he always remained in his mother's arms. It would lack required exercises, not gain strength and would not develop. Now, let us consider the authentic spiritual life. It is conceived in my womb. It is formed by my blood, my love, and my breath. Then I nourish her with my womb and surround her with my graces. Then I teach him to walk with the support of my truths. My goal is not to make a doll for fun. but to create a copy of myself. This is where the changes come into play. The only purpose is to bring the beginner to maturity and to provide him with all the privileges and prerogatives of the authentic spiritual life. Otherwise, he would stay in the diapers. And, instead of honoring me and bringing me glory, he would cause me affliction and dishonor. How many souls remain at the level of the newborn or, at best, progress to the stage of diapers? Souls who cooperate with me to become copies of myself are extremely rare. Being in my usual state, I was reflecting on God's holy will. As I was merging with her, my ever-kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, my eternal will has been the focal point of my life in my humanity. From my conception to my last breath. She preceded me, accompanied me, and was the inspiration for each of my actions. She followed me and locked my every act within its eternal boundaries, from where they could find no way out. Because of its immensity, there is nothing in which my eternal will does not flow or generation that it does not touch. It was natural for my will to form my actions and multiply them for all. As if they were accomplished in isolation for each particular creature. My will had the power to multiply my actions as much as she desired. It contained all things, everything that existed for creatures in their respective presence, from the beginning of humanity to the end of time. At the moment of my conception, my will has formed so many conceptions of me, that there were creatures, past, present, and future. She made replicas of my words, of my thoughts, of my works and my steps. It and extended them from the first to the last man who existed, or had to exist. The power of the eternal will has converted my blood and suffering into immense oceans in which all can drink. Had it not been for the prodigy of the supreme will, my redemption would have been a mere event, for the benefit of a few creatures. My will has not changed. She is as she was and as she will be forever. And there's more. When I came to earth, I united my will with human will. If a soul does not reject this bond, but rather surrenders to the mercy of my will by allowing it to precede it, to accompany him, to follow it, then everything that happens to me happens to that soul. When it merges his thoughts, his words, his deeds, his reparations and his modest love with my will, I extend and multiply them. They become an antidote and a remedy for every thought, every word, and every act of creatures. They become compensation for each offense, and love in replacement of all the love that is due to me and that is not granted to me. If this does not happen, it is only because the human will is at fault. Does not throw itself totally into the arms of the divine will and, consequently, does not take everything available there. As a result, she cannot give anything to others. She experiences the human limitations that make her miserable, poor, and at fault in her decisions. That's why I want, as long as you understand what it means to live in my will, to the extent that it is possible for a creature to understand it. If you live in my will, your will possess everything, and you will give me everything. With these words, Jesus disappeared. He later returned covered in lacerations, each forming a small cell in which he called on souls to take refuge to find their safety. I said to him, "My love, show me RNA cells so that I can get into it so that I don't get out of it again." Jesus replied, "My daughter, there is no small cell for you in my body. Because whoever lives in my will cannot live in one part of me, but lives immersed in the very palpitations of my heart. The heartbeat is the center and life of the human body. If the heart stops beating, life ends. The heartbeat circulates blood. They provide heat. They support breathing and they maintain the strength and mobility of all members of the body. If the heartbeat is irregular, all human activity is out of whack. Even intelligence loses its vivacity, ingenuity, and full lucidity. In creating man, I placed a special tone in his heart. A tone adjusted to eternal harmony. In such a way that if the heartbeat is healthy, Then everything in the creature is in harmony. My will is like the heartbeat. If my will pulsates in the soul, it harmonizes holiness and virtues, it creates harmony between heaven and earth. A harmony that joins the most holy Trinity. My heartbeat offers itself to you as a room to enclose you. Thus, if your heart pulsates in unison with mine, you will create harmony in heaven and on earth. You will interfere in the past, in the present and in the future. And you will be everywhere, totally in me, and I in you. Being in my usual state, I was immersed in the supreme will of my sweet Jesus. It seemed to me that each of my small acts, when performed in the divine will, provoked the emergence of new joys in the supreme majesty. My kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, I possess so much joy, happiness, and bliss that I can give at any time new joys and new favors to creatures. Every time a soul acts in my will, it opens up a space in which I can project new favors and new joys. My will is immense and penetrates all creatures and all things. When my favors emerge, they flow first into the souls that act in my will because these souls are the primary reason why I can grant my favors. Therefore, whenever you act in my will, you bring out of me new favors and new joys and you give me the happiness of bringing creatures to share my bliss. Because my will wants to unfold what she possesses, she seeks those that could enable it to do so. Those who are willing to receive his gifts. Those who prepare in their soul a space, even the smallest, for me to deposit my gifts. When a soul desires to do my will, it gives up its own will and creates a small space for me to place my will and my benefits. I anxiously seek souls acting in my eternal will so that I can grant them my favors and, thereby, to let them know that I am the God which never exhausts its wealth and who always has something to offer. I thought to myself, Jesus speaks a lot about his most holy will. Yet it seems that his teachings are not understood, not even by my own confessors. I have the impression that they doubt and, in the presence of such an immense light, they are neither enlightened nor inclined to love this will so admirable. While I entertained these thoughts, my most kind Jesus placed an arm around my shoulder and said to me, "My daughter, don't be surprised by this. Unless one is emptied of one's own will, one cannot have even a partial understanding of my will. The human will forms clouds between itself and my will. These clouds prevent the human will from knowing the value and effects of my will. Nevertheless, despite these clouds, she cannot deny that my will is light. Moreover, even the things of the earth are not well understood by man. Who can say, for example, how I created the sun? What is its distance from the earth, or how much light and heat does it contain? Yet men see it and enjoy its effects. Its warmth and light follow them everywhere. What if someone tried to rise to the sun to clarify its characteristics? His light would blind them and his warmth would consume them. Man must enjoy the sunlight with his eyes lowered downwards. Unable to explore it, he must be content to say it's the sun. If so is the visible sun that I have created for the good of man. All the more so with regard to my truths, which exude so much more light and warmth, especially my truths concerning my will, whose effects, benefits, and value are eternal. Who could measure all that my will entails? On this question, man can only bow. It is better to lower your head and just enjoy its light and warmth. It is better to love my truths and appropriate the limited amount of light that human intelligence can grasp, rather than to set everything aside under the pretext that one cannot understand everything. One must accept my truths in the same way as one accepts the sun without fully understanding it. We strive to enjoy our light as much as we can, we use it to work, to walk, and to see. And how much we wait for the dawn in order to have him as a companion of his activities. My truths are more than sunlight. Yet they are ignored. They are not loved or desired. They are considered banal. How sad! When I see souls putting them aside, I ignore those souls and let my truths run their course in souls who love them, who desire them, who light up with their light for their lives' end, who identify with them. Do you believe that I have revealed to you all about my truths, their effects, and their value? No, far from it. Oh! How many more sons I have left to raise! But don't be dejected if you don't understand everything. Be satisfied to live in the light of my truth. That's enough for me. Finding me in my usual state, my ever-amiable Jesus came. It had been several days that I felt tied up, to the point of being unable to move. Jesus took my hands in his and said to me, "My daughter, allow me to set you free." Then, standing next to me and placing my arms on his shoulders, he said to me, "Now you are free. Embrace me, for I have come to keep you company and receive your company in return. See, I am a God isolated from creatures. I live among them, I am the life of each one. Yet they consider me an outsider. Oh! How I weep over my loneliness. I suffer the same fate as the sun. Every moment of his life. The sun lives among creatures by its light and warmth. There is no fertility that does not come from him. By its heat, it purifies the earth of its impurities. His profits, which he pours out on all magnanimity, are incalculable. Yet, in his height, he still lives alone. And man does not even give a thank you or a gesture of gratitude to the Creator for this sun. I too am alone, always alone. Yet, in the midst of men, I am the light of their thoughts, the sound of their words, the engine of their actions, the steps of their movements, palpitations of their heart. The ungrateful man leaves me alone, never offering me a thank you or an I love you. I feel abandoned by man's intelligence because he uses for his own purposes the light I provide him, sometimes even to offend me. I am absent from the words of the man who often blasphemes me. I am absent from the actions of the man who often acts to kill me. I am absent from the footsteps of man. I am also of his heart, a heart turned towards disobedience and inclined to love all that is not of me. Oh! How this loneliness weighs on me! But my love and magnanimity are so great, much bigger than the sun. May I continue my race, always looking for a soul willing to accompany me in the midst of my loneliness. When I find such a soul, I accompany her continually and fill her with my graces. That is why I have come to you. I was so tired of so much loneliness. Never leave me alone, my daughter. I was meditating on the hours of Jesus' passion, when I saw Jesus go to his mother and ask for her blessing. Then my dearest Jesus said to me in my interior, "My daughter, before my passion, I desired to bless my mother and be blessed by her. But it was not only my mother whom I wanted to bless, but also all the animate and inanimate creatures. I saw the weak creatures, covered with lacerations. They were poor, and my heart beat with sorrow and tender compassion for them, as I said before my mother, 'Poor humanity, how fallen you are! I bless you so that you will come out of your present state. May my blessing imprint in you the triple seal: power, wisdom and of love, of the three divine persons. May it restore your strength, heal yourself and enrich yourself, and to surround you with protection. I also bless all the things I have created so that you may receive them sealed with the blessing of their Creator. I bless light, air, water, fire, and food for you, so that you may be thus enveloped in my blessings. And since you, fallen creatures, do not deserve this blessing, I pass through my mother, so that she may be its channel. As a result, I want reciprocal blessings from creatures. But, how sad! Instead of blessing me in return, they offend and curse me. For this reason, my daughter enters into my will and take your rise on the wings of all things created, seals all the blessings that all creatures owe me, and bring all these blessings to my tender and wounded heart. After I did so, Jesus said to me, as if he wanted to reward me, "My dear daughter, I bless you in a special way. I bless your heart. I bless your spirit, your movements, your words, your breathing. I bless everything in you and everything that belongs to you. I continued my meditation on the hours of passion. I was contemplating the Last Supper, when my sweet Jesus stepped inside me and touched me with the tip of a finger. Then, still inside me, he called me in a loud voice, so loud that I heard it from my physical ears. And I thought, what can Jesus please call me that? He said, I couldn't get your attention. I had to raise my voice for you to hear me. Listen, my daughter, when I instituted the Eucharist, I saw all creatures and I have invited them all to come to me. All generations, from the first man to the last, so that I can offer my sacramental life to all. And this, not only once, but as many times as they will need food. I wanted to be the food of their souls. But I was very disappointed when I realized that my sacramental life was received with indifference, negligence, and even by giving me death. I felt the horror of these deaths, often repetitive. Subsequently, having delighted me, I appealed to the power of my will and I called around me the souls who were going to live in my will. Oh! How I then felt happy, surrounded by these souls that the power of my will had absorbed and whose center of life was my will. I saw in them my immensity. In them, I felt protected from all ungrateful creatures. And I entrusted my sacramental life to them. I did it not only so that they may cherish this sacramental life, but also so that, by their own lives, they offer me reciprocity for each consecrated host. It is natural for them to do so, because my sacramental life comes from my eternal will, which is the center of their lives. When my sacramental life dwells in them, the same will that works in me also acts in them. When I feel their life in my sacramental life, their lives are multiplied in each host and I feel that they give me reciprocity, life for life. Oh! How exulted when I saw you as the first soul called to live in my will. I have deposited in you the first of all my sacramental lives. And I have granted you the power and immensity of my supreme will in order to make you fit to receive this deposit. From that moment on, you were present to me. And I joined to you all the people who were going to live in my will. I have given you primacy over all of them. Precisely because my will is above everything, even apostles and priests. It is true that they consecrate me. But, often, their lives do not remain intimately linked to mine. And what's more, they abandon me, forget me, and do not take care of my presence. But the souls who live in my will are lives in my own life. Therefore, they are inseparable from me. That is why I love you so much. It is my own will in you that I love. Being in my usual state, I felt the presence of my kind Jesus in me, but in a particularly accentuated way. I also felt that he held my heart tightly, to the point of hurting me. Then he squeezed my neck in his hands, in a suffocating embrace. Then he sat on my heart with an imposing and authoritative look. I felt annihilated. Then, at his command, I returned to a new life. Who could say what he provoked in my inner being and what I felt? Thereafter, while I still felt his presence with strength in me, he said to me, "My daughter, go up, up, even more, more, enough for you to arrive within the divinity. Your life must be in the midst of the divine persons. And so that you may realize this, I have formed my life in you. And I have surrounded with my eternal will all that you do, so that my will flows in all things in a surprising and wonderful way. My will works in you in a continual act. Because that I have formed my life in you. May my will work in you and in your deeds. That your will has been transmuted into mine, my will now has life on earth. It is necessary that you take with you my life and my will so that my will on earth and my will in heaven merge. You will live for a while in the bosom of the divinity. And your will act with mine to enlarge it as much as possible for a creature. Then thou shalt return to earth, bringing with you the power and wonders of my will. The presence of these attributes in you will upset the creatures, will open their eyes, Many will come to know the meaning of living in my will. They will know what it means to live in the image and likeness of their Creator. This will be the beginning of my kingdom on earth as in heaven. Do you think it is a small thing to live in my will? It has no equal, any more than there is holiness approaching it. This is real life, not an illusion, not an invention of the imagination. This life is present, not only in the soul, but also in the body. Do you know how it is formed? First, my eternal will becomes the will of the soul. Then my palpitations in her heart conceive my life in her. Love, sorrows and all the acts performed by the soul in my will form in it my humanity. These acts make me grow so much in the soul that I cannot remain hidden and that the soul cannot help but feel my presence. Don't you feel that I am alive in you? That's why I told you that there is nothing that, even from afar, approaches holiness in my will. All other holiness is like little lights. But this new holiness is a great sun transfused into the soul by the Creator. It is only out of obedience and with enormous repugnance that I will say here how I perceive Jesus in me. I perceive it, almost visible, in the place where my heart is. Sometimes I feel that He is praying. And, often, I hear it with my physical ears as I pray with Him. When He suffers, I feel His laborious breathing, I feel it in my own breathing, to the point that I am inclined to breathe at the same pace as Him. Then, because all creatures are contained in Him, I feel His breath diffused, as well as His life, in all the movements and breaths of humans. And I broadcast myself there in unison with Him. Sometimes I feel Him moaning and dying. Other times, I feel Him open His arms as He stretches them out in mine. On other occasions, He sleeps and leaves in me a deep silence. But who can say it all? Only Jesus can say what He produces in me. I can't find the words to explain. It was only out of obedience that I wrote the above, with great sorrow of soul and out of fear of displeasing Jesus. He is tolerant when I am not under obedience. But if obedience requires it, then my only answer must be Fiat. Otherwise, He would annihilate me. Finding me in my usual state, Jesus carried me out of myself to the bosom of Jehovah. Lack of words to express myself. I am unable to say what I felt and understood while swimming at this level. My ever-kind Jesus said to me, "Beloved daughter of our will, I have brought you into our divinity so that your will may be further developed within ours and that in this way, it participates in the way we act. Our divinity naturally tends towards creation. She creates continuously. Everything we create also has the virtue of creating. The sun generates light for human eyes. Continuously, it seems to multiply for all, for plants and on all points on earth. If He didn't have this virtue, this complicity with the generating power of its Creator, the sun could never give light to all, nor be available to all. A flower generates other flowers similar to it. One seed spawns other seeds. Humans beget other humans. All things carry within them the generating virtue of their Creator. We, like the divine persons, tend very naturally to generate and reproduce beings similar to ourselves. That is why I have brought you into our womb. So that by living with us, your will may be founded in ours and grow in it, so that it may be able to generate with us holiness, light, and love. In such a way that, multiplying with us in all creatures, it is able to generate in others what it has received from us. The only thing left for us to accomplish in creation is related to our will. We want our will to act in creatures as it does in us. Our love wants to project our will from our womb to the creatures. He is looking for a creature who is willing to receive it, who will recognize and cherish it. You are that person. That is why you have received so many graces, so many manifestations concerning our will. Because of its holiness, our will requires that, before being placed in a soul, it learns to know it, to love Him and to venerate it. Subsequently, our will be able to develop in this soul all its power. The soul will be courted by our graces, All we do with you is to prepare and beautify in you the abode of our will. So be careful. Here in our bosom, you will learn our ways better. You will receive all the prerogatives necessary for the designs we have on you. My confessor asked me to transcribe the passages where Jesus asked me to write about the various virtues. It pained me a lot. The thought that would be published what Jesus taught me was for me a martyrdom. So when Jesus came, I said to him, "My love, this martyrdom is only for me. That of having to make known the things that you have manifested to me. Even worse, by revealing what you told me. I have to appear in some passages. Ah! My Jesus, what a martyr! And yet, although I have a soul in pain, I am obliged to obey. Give me strength. Help me. This martyrdom is for me alone. You said so many things to others, you gave them so many graces, but no one afterwards knew anything. If we finally found out, it was only after they died. Everything else was buried with them. Ah! I am alone in this martyrdom. All goodness, Jesus said to me. My daughter. Take courage, do not be overwhelmed. I will be with you in this too. In the presence of my will, your will must disappear. The reason for this is that the holiness of life in my will must be known. This holiness has no way, no key, no room. It penetrates everything. It is like the air we breathe. Air that everyone can and should breathe. It is enough that a soul desires end. That it sets aside its human will for the benefit of the divine will, so that the latter may allow itself to be sucked in by this soul. Giving him life. Granting him all the benefits of life in my will. But if this holiness is not known, how can souls desire such a holy way of life? Living in my will is the greatest glory that creatures can offer me. The other types of holiness are quite well known throughout the Church, and anyone who wants to can live them. That is why I do not feel in a hurry to make them known more. Moreover, the holiness of life in my will, its effects, its merits, this last brush stroke that my creative hand wants to give to creatures to transform them into my image, are not yet known. This is the reason for the urgency I feel to make known all that I have told you. If you didn't bow to that, thou shalt restrain my will. You would push me back into the flames that devour me. You would delay the moment when I must receive the complete glory due to me by all creation. But I want everything to be done in an orderly manner. A missing word or a comma, an omitted reference, an incomplete chapter, so many omissions that would invalidate the knowledge of living in my will instead of enlightening creatures. Then, instead of giving me glory and love, the creatures would remain indifferent. Therefore, be careful. I want what I have revealed to you to be fully known. I said to him, but to make your part known, I am obliged to mention things on my part. Jesus continues. What do you mean by that? If we have followed this path together, why do you want me to appear alone? Moreover, who should I choose, who should I cite as an example? If the one I have trained and who knows how to live in my will does not want to be known? My daughter, this is absurd. I replied. Ah! Jesus, in what labyrinth you place me! I feel close to dying, but I hope your Fiat gives me strength. And Jesus added. Exactly, put aside your own will and my Fiat will accomplish everything. Finding me in my usual state, my ever amiable Jesus came and plunged me so deeply into his will that I felt unable to leave it. I felt like a person who voluntarily withdrew from a small and limited place for another unlimited. Seeing the immense distance to travel to get out of this place. Unable to see where it ends. Nevertheless, she considers herself lucky to be there. And abandons any thought of returning to its previous place. As I swam in this immense sea of the divine will, my sweet Jesus said to me, Dearest daughter of my will, I want to make you the replica of my life. Life in my will grafts into the soul all that my will realized and made me suffer in my humanity. My will does not tolerate any dissimilarity. My eternal will made my humanity die. as many times as there are creatures that have seen or will see the light of day. My humanity accepted these deaths with so much love that the Eternal will left a mark on my humanity for each of these deaths. Do you want me to imprint all these marks on your will, as far as possible, in such a way that you will suffer and imitate my many dead? I replied, Fiat, let it be. Then Jesus used his will to mark my humanity with countless marks of death by telling me, be attentive and strong in suffering these dead because, from them, life will emerge in so many creatures. In saying this, he touched me with his creative hands, which produced in me an indescribable suffering. He uprooted my heart and wounded it in 1,000 ways. At times with inflamed stingers. Then with arrows of ice that made me shiver. Then he squeezed him so tightly that he made him motionless. Who could say everything he did? He alone. I felt crushed and annihilated. And I was worried that I wouldn't have enough strength to hold on. As if he was seeking to rest from the sorrows he had inflicted on me. He said to me, what do you fear? Would you be afraid that my will would be unable to sustain you in these pains that I impose on you? Or are you afraid to leave the borders of my will? That will never happen. Don't you see how many vast seas my will has extended around you? You can't find a way out. All the truths that I have manifested to you have been so many seas that have surrounded you. And I will continue to extend even more seas around you. Take courage, my daughter. This is necessary to live in the holiness of my will, a holiness that is centered on the likeness between the soul and me. This is how I did with my mother. I have not exempted her from any of my sorrows, however small they may have been, nor from any of my actions or my signs of kindness. Our unified wills united us. In such a way that when I suffered from the dead, from the pains, or when I acted, she died, suffered, and acted with me. His being was a faithful copy of mine. So much so that when I looked at it, I saw another myself. Now I want to do with you what I did with my mother, to the extent that you are capable of doing so. It is necessary that, through a wretched creature, my will can live and act on earth. But how can my will find such operative life in a creature if it does not give it what my humanity contains and has suffered? My will has found such an operative life in me and in my inseparable mother. Now I want my will to find this life operating in another creature, as it was determined by my will. And that creature is you. Although confused by all this, I understood what Jesus was telling me and felt my poor person totally annihilated and destroyed. I found myself so unworthy that I thought, what a grave mistake Jesus is making. There are so many good souls he could choose. While I was thinking like this, Jesus added, poor girl, your littleness fades at my feet. But that's how I decided. I could have chosen another creature. But because you are very small, I was able to make you grow on my knees. I fed you from my breast like a little baby. Thus, I feel in you my own life. I fixed my gaze on you. I examined you from every angle. Being satisfied with what I have seen, I have asked the Father and the Holy Spirit to examine you as well. We chose you unanimously. That's why you have no choice but to be faithful to me and to embrace with love the sufferings, the life, the effects, and all the rest that our will desires for you. Finding me in my usual state, my kind Jesus came with majesty and in an enchanting love. He showed me all the human generations. From the first man to the last, each related to him. The bonds were so strong that Jesus seemed to reproduce in everyone, to the point that everyone seemed to have Jesus for himself alone. Jesus offered his life to assume the sufferings of each creature so that he could say to the Heavenly Father, my Father, in every creature you will find another self. For each one, I will give you what is due to you. As I contemplated this, my sweet Jesus said to me, my daughter, do you want to imitate me by accepting to be bound with each being? I don't know how, but I felt like the weight of all the creatures was on my shoulders. I saw my unworthiness and weakness. And I felt so repugnance that I felt annihilated. Feeling compassion for me, Jesus, wounded, took me in his arms. approached me to his heart and, placing my mouth on the wound caused by the spear, he says, "Little, the blood that comes out of this wound is to give you the strength you lack. Take courage, do not fear, I will be with you. We will share among ourselves the weight, the work, the sorrows and the dead. Be attentive and faithful, for my grace wants to be paid back. Without reciprocity, there is no need for her to come down." And he added, "How much effort does it take for you to open and close your eyes? None. Focus on the great benefit. To be able to keep your eyes open and on the great disadvantage of the opposite. When they are open, your eyes fill with light and sun. This light allows you to work and allows your feet to walk safely without falling. It allows you to easily distinguish profitable objects from those that are harmful. You can put things in order, you can read, you can write. And what does it take to lose all these benefits? Just close your eyes. Then your hand can no longer act. Your feet can no longer move forward and, if they do, they run the risk of tripping you, because you can no longer distinguish the objects in front of you. You are reduced to incapacity. This is what I mean by reciprocity, simply to open the eyes of the soul. When man opens them, light penetrates his mind and my image is projected into all that he accomplishes, making it a faithful copy of me. He does nothing but continually receive my light, which transforms his whole being into light. But, if there is no reciprocity, the soul plunges into darkness and helplessness. I felt completely overwhelmed in the most holy will of my sweet Jesus, when he came to me and he said to me, "My daughter, merge your intelligence with mine, in such a way that it invades the intelligences of all creatures and that it is connected to all their thoughts. Thus, your intelligence will be able to replace their thoughts with an equivalent number of thoughts in my will. And I will receive glory as if all their thoughts had a divine quality. Merge your will with mine. Nothing must escape from the net of your will and my will. My will in me and my will in you must merge and enjoy the same prerogatives. But I need you to give me your will, that I may dilate it in mine, so that nothing created may escape him. Thus, of all things, I will hear the echo of the divine will. My daughter, I suffered a double death for every death the creatures suffered. One death by love and another by affliction. When I created the creatures, I created in them a structure of love, so that nothing but love was to emanate from them. This is so true that my love and their love were destined to intertwine in continuous currents. The ungrateful man, not only refused to love me, but he offended me. From then on, I had to accept a death of love for every creature, to make up for this lack of love with my Father, and also a death of punishment in order to repair for the offenses of the creatures. While my sweet Jesus was saying this, he was all inflamed with a love, who consumed it and which brought him to one death for every creature. In addition, I saw that every thought, every word, each movement, each act, and each step of Jesus were like so many flames, who consumed it and which, at the same time, brought it back to life. And Jesus added, "Do you want to look like me? Will you accept the dead of love as you welcomed the dead of affliction?" I replied, "Ah, my Jesus, I don't know what happened. I still feel a great repugnance at the deaths of affliction that I have accepted. How could I accept the dead of love, which seem even worse to me? I tremble at this thought alone. My poor nature must be further annihilated, destroyed. Help me. Give me strength, because I feel like I can't continue." "All goodness," Jesus added. "My poor daughter, it's already decided. Be courageous, do not fear. Don't even be disturbed by the repugnance you feel. In addition, to give you confidence, I tell you that even this is part of my likeness. Know that my humanity, yet holy and willing to suffer, felt this same repugnance. But this was not my repugnance to me. This was the repugnance that all creatures experienced. To do good and to accept the suffering they deserved. I had to accept this suffering that tortured me, in order to inculcate in creatures an inclination to do good, and so that their suffering may be reduced. My repugnance was so great that in the Garden of Olives I cried out to the Father, "If it is possible that this chalice will move away from me." But do you believe that it was I who was screaming? Ah! No. You're wrong if you think that. I loved suffering to the point of madness. I loved death in order to give life to my children. It was the cry of the whole human family that reverberated on my humanity. Shouting with the creatures, I repeated 3 times, "If it is possible, let this chalice move away from me." I cried this out in the name of all humanity, to the extent that it was part of me. And I felt oppressed and crushed. The repugnance you feel is not yours. It is an echo of mine. If it had been of you, I would have already withdrawn from you. So, my daughter, desires to create in you another image of me and accepts. I myself want to increase your will and consume it in mine in order to imprint in it these dead of love. Saying this, with his holy hand, Jesus imprinted these dead of love in my soul. Then he disappeared. May everything be for the glory of God. They continued to make copies of my writings according to the requirements of my confessor, including everything Jesus had told me about the virtues, which I would have liked to have excluded from the copies. Jesus came and said to me in a disapproving tone, "My daughter, why do you want to keep me hidden? Am I unworthy of mentions? If we report a benefit, a word, an act, or a truth emanating from a person and we do not want to name the person, it is because we consider the source of his information not very credible. On the other hand, if the person is reputable, honorable, and well known, then we first mention his name in order to enhance what will be said. And it is only after that that person's word or deed is reported. Do I not deserve to have my name mentioned before quoting my words? Oh! How badly you treat me! I never thought you could do this affront to me, after my magnanimous conduct towards you. I have manifested so much about me to you. I have revealed to you many very intimate details, new revelations concerning my will, which had not been divulged to anyone else before. You should have been more willing to make me known. But, on the contrary, you are so closed. Other souls, full of zeal to make me known and loved, would have liked to proclaim with fanfare and trumpets all that I have revealed to them so that I may be known and loved. You want to hide me. I don't like it at all." Confused and humiliated to the extreme, I said to him, "My Jesus, forgive me. You are right. But I feel such a great repugnance. Having to force my will to agree to leave my reserve tortures me. Have mercy on me. Give me your strength, give me more grace and more heart so that I will never again afflict you." Jesus replied, "I bless you so that your heart may receive more graces and be more willing to make me known and loved." I was in my usual state and felt so confused and separated from my sweet Jesus that when he came I said to him, "My love, how things have changed for me. Before, I felt so fused with you, that I could not discern any separation between you and me. Even in my afflictions, you were with me. Now everything is the opposite. When I suffer, I feel separated from you, and when I see you in front of me or in me, you have the appearance of a judge who condemns to suffer, to die, and you no longer participate in the afflictions that you yourself give me. Instead, you say, 'Rise ever higher.' And yet, I keep going down." Jesus interrupted me and said, "My daughter, how wrong you are. It happens because you accepted it. I have engraved upon you the debt and afflictions I have suffered for every creature. My humanity has found itself in similar circumstances. She was inseparable from my divinity. But this could not be achieved by the difference. She was unable to experience even the shadow of suffering. My humanity found itself alone in its sufferings. My divinity was only a spectator of the sorrows and deaths I was going through. Moreover, my divinity was an inexorable judge asking for retribution for the faults of creatures. Oh! How my humanity trembled when I saw myself charged with the guilt of all. With the afflictions and deaths that every creature deserved, I was crushed before the Supreme Majesty. It was the greatest affliction of my life. While being united in an inseparable way to the Divinity, I was in my afflictions alone and as if cut off from the Divinity. If I have called you to be like me, why are you surprised to feel me in yourself from this angle? You also see me as a spectator of the afflictions that I myself impose on you and you feel separated from me. Ton affliction nest rendiotre que el echo de ma propre affliction. De mim que munde humanite na, de fait, jamma et separi de ma divinite, in z2 nes jamma separi de moi. 2 te sensuellement cum sil avate separation. Mais c'est dans ces moments, plus que dans tout autre, que je forme un seul entite avec toi. In z don, prends courage, sois fidèle et ne crains pas. J'étais immergé dans la sainte volonté de Dieu lorsque monde du Jesus vint et il me dit. My daughter, all things are in balance, in heaven as on earth. Our will maintains a perfect balance everywhere. Our balance brings with it order, authority, concord and harmony. All things harmonize as if they were one. Balance brings resemblance. That is why there is so much order, balance, and resemblance in the three divine persons. All created things are in harmony, one acts as support, strength, and life of the other. If one created thing neglected to maintain itself in this harmony, then all of them would wander and be on the path to destruction. Only man has separated himself from the balance of our will. Oh! How he wandered! From his elevated position, he fell into the abyss. Even after my redemption, the human family has not returned to its original state. This indicates that the worst thing that can happen is to withdraw from the balance of our will. This is tantamount to throwing oneself into chaos and disorder. In the ocean of all miseries. That is why, my daughter, I have called you in a special way to balance in my will. In such a way that your life in my will marks the beginning of the epoch when all the acts of disordered humanity will regain their balance. You will be in perfect harmony with us and with all things created. When all things are harmonized, we will feel in you, as well as in every person living in our will, harmony. The intelligences, words, deeds and steps of creatures. In our will, we will establish your deeds as governors of the acts of all. Every act performed in our will be like the seal of order and balance of all. You will have much to do in our will. You will bring us all the victories and harmonies of the creatures. Our will provide what creatures need to restore balance in the human will, which has been so damaged by withdrawing from our will. I was filled with grief. Only my dear Jesus knows how much he who scrutinizes every fiber of my heart. In his compassion for me, he came and, taking me in his arms, he said to me, "My daughter, take courage, I am with you. What do you fear? Have I ever let you down? If you hate even the slightest separation from my will, I hate even more. Not being with you and not to be the life of each of your actions and afflictions. Know that my will is like the purest gold, so that your human will can merge with my divine will, in such a way that the two wills cannot be distinguished from each other. Your will must be transformed into pure gold. This can only be accomplished through suffering, which will convert your will into divine gold. Thus, your will merge with my will in the great wheel of eternity. It will reach all places and will be met everywhere. But if your will is iron, it will not be able to merge with mine, which is pure gold. If we take two gold objects, each with its particular shape, and melt them together, we get a unique object, in which it is impossible to distinguish the gold of one from the gold of the other. But if one of the objects is gold and the other is iron, the two cannot merge. Only suffering can change the human will into pure gold. Suffering is like a burning fire that mixes and consumes. It is sacred and has the power to bring the divine will into the human will. She is a grace that, with her brush strokes, imprints on the human will the divine features and divine forms. This is the reason why your afflictions increase. They are the last brush strokes needed to prepare your will so that it can merge with mine. I said to him, "Oh, my Jesus, all my afflictions, which seem to annihilate me, do not break me, however painful they may be. If you want, multiply them. But you know very well what affliction really lacerates me. I ask for your compassion for this one affliction. Because it seems that I can't tolerate it any longer. Ah! Out of pity, help me to free myself from that one, please." Jesus answered, "My daughter, I will also be with you in this affliction. I will be your support and I will give you my strength so that you can tolerate it. I could please you by removing it, but it would not be appropriate. That would be a discordant note. In this great work, in this mission so sublime that is your life in my will. Moreover, I put you in this state. By my will and by the means of your obedience to one of my ministers. But if he does not want to continue, then he can untie you so that, by obedience, you get along with me. But if you act on your own, by your own will, then we will not only disagree, but also dishonor. They should know that the world is sitting on a powder keg. If they want the fire to break out and everything to explode, let them do what they want." I was petrified and even more anxious than before, but I was willing to carry out the most holy will of my sweet Jesus and not mine. I was surrendering myself to the most holy will of God when my sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, not only were the acts of my humanity performed in my will, acts by which I have embraced all creatures, but so it was with all that my dear mother accomplished. His will was melted with mine and his actions identified with mine. As soon as I was conceived in his womb, my mother began to identify her actions with mine. My humanity had for life, nourishment, and purpose only the will of my Father. And so it was for my mother. The will of the Father flowed through all my actions and led me, in the name of all creatures, to restore the rights of my Father as Creator. Similarly, too, my mother was recovering, in the name of all creatures, the rights of my Father as Creator. In heaven, my mother receives her glory from every creature. My will gives it so much glory in the name of creatures that there is no glory it does not possess. Nor is there any glory that does not pass through it. Because she has woven her deeds, love and sorrows with mine, in my will they add to her resplendent glory. That's why she embraces everything and flows through everything. This is what it means to live in my will. My beloved mother would never have been able to receive so much glory if all his deeds had not flowed into my will. Her actions in my will make her queen of everything. I want you in my will, in such a way that the interlacing is not between two, but between three. My will wants to enlarge you so that in one creature it can find all creatures. See the great good that will come to you. How much glory you will give me and all the good you will bring to all creatures. While I was in my usual state, my sweet Jesus made me suffer some of the sorrows and deaths he experienced for creatures. Judging by the pains caused by my little sufferings, I imagined how excruciating his were. He said to me, "My daughter, my suffering is incomprehensible to humans. The physical sufferings of my passion were only a shadow of my inner sufferings. My inner sufferings were inflicted on me by an omnipotent God, not the smallest fiber of my being could escape it. The sufferings of my passion were inflicted on me by men who, devoid of omnipotence and omniscience, were unable to do what they wanted. They couldn't penetrate all my internal fibers. It is as if my inner sufferings have been incarnated. Thus, my humanity has been reached. Thorns, nails, lashes, wounds and cruel martyrs, causing in me a continual death. These sufferings were inseparable from me. They constituted my true life. The physical pains of my passion were external to me. These were thorns and nails, which could be planted, but which could also have been removed. The mere thought that a source of pain can be lifted brings relief. But concerning my inner sufferings, There was no hope that they could be removed. They were so big that I can say that the physical sufferings of my passion were a source of relief, from the kisses given to my inner sufferings, which constituted the supreme witness of my love. Love that overflowed for the salvation of souls. My external sufferings were like voices inviting souls to enter the ocean of my inner sufferings, to understand at what price I paid their salvation. By my internal sufferings that I have communicated to you, you will understand in a mixed way the intensity of mine. Take heart. It's love that drives me to do this. I felt anxious. I felt like my body was continually suffering from new annihilations. I asked Jesus to give me strength. He came, took me in his arms and infused me with a new life. But this life gave me the opportunity to suffer a new death and, subsequently, to start a new life again. He said to me, "My daughter, my will encompasses everything. Assumes all the sorrows, all the martyrs and all the miseries throughout the centuries. This is why my humanity embraces all the sorrows and martyrdoms of creatures. Because my life has been nothing but that of the divine will. This was necessary. Not only to complete the work of the redemption, but to constitute myself king of all sufferings and, also, that I may be the help and strength of all martyrs. If martyrdom, sorrow, and suffering had not been in me, how could I have been the source? The help, assistance, strength, and graces required in the trials of creatures? To give, you have to have. This is why I have often told you that the mission of living in my will is the largest, highest, and most sublime. There is no other appeal that, even remotely, is comparable to it. The immensity of my will lead to their completion. All martyrdoms and sufferings. My will is the divine force that sustains them. The souls who live in my will constitute the reservoir of martyrdom and suffering. They are their queens. Do you see what it means to live in my will? This does not mean suffering one martyrdom but all martyrs. Not just one affliction, but all afflictions. That is why my will must be the life of these souls. Otherwise, who would give them strength in so much suffering? I see that hearing such things scares you. Don't be afraid. These martyrdoms and sufferings will be accompanied by countless joys and graces, of which my will is an inexhaustible reservoir. That is right. If I am the reservoir of sorrows for the soul that lives in my will, in order to help the whole human family, it is right that I be for them the reservoir of happiness, joys and graces. But there is one difference. Suffering will have an end because things on earth end. As great as suffering is, it is limited in duration. But, being from above and divine, happiness is endless. For this reason, take courage to continue walking in my will. I was still thinking about my writings which, out of obedience, had to be published. This thought came to me. What's the point of all these sacrifices? What good will come out of it? While I was thinking like this, my good Jesus took my hand between his and, holding it tightly, he said to me, "My daughter, just as flowers let out their perfume with more intensity when touched, so it is with my truths. The more we consider them, we read them, we write them, we talk about them, we transmit them, the more light and perfume they emit, thus joining earth and heaven. I feel compelled to make known new truths when I see that those that have already been manifested spread their light and fragrance. If my truths are not exposed, their light and perfume remain as repressed. The good they contain remains without effect. I then feel aggrieved as to the purpose I pursue by revealing them. Thus, when it would only be to be content and experience the light and fragrance of my words, you should be happy to make the sacrifice that is asked of you. Aident dans Monday a ta habitual, je pensis a tout ce que Monday cher Jesus a realize et souffert pour sauver les aimes. Il vint et me dit. Ma chère fille, tout ce que Monday humanité accompli. Mes prières, mes paroles, mes travaux, mes pas et mes pains étaient pour le home. mais qui se grave sur ces actes? Qui accule mes bienfaits? Celui qui s'approche de moi et prie en est innocent à moi. Se grave sur mes prières et sur leurs fruits. Celui qui parle et insane en étant uni à moi. Se grave sur les fruits de mes paroles. He who suffers in union with me is grafted on the benefits of my works and my sorrows. And if the creatures do not enjoy the benefits I have acquired for them, those benefits remain as if suspended. The creature that is not grafted onto me is not nourished by the benefits of my humanity, which I offer him with so much love. If there is no union between two beings, the benefits of one are as if dead for the other. Imagine a wheel. The center is my humanity. The rays are all that I have realized and suffered. The rim to which the spokes join is the human family that revolves around the center. If the rim does not receive the support of the spokes, the wheel cannot take advantage of the good offered by the center. Oh! How I suffer! To see all my benefits suspended and to see that the ungrateful human family not only does not receive them, but despises and tramples on them. That is why I so eagerly seek souls who will want to live in my will, that I may attach them to the spokes of my wheel. My will give them the grace to form the rim of this wheel. These souls will receive the blessings that have been rejected and despised by others. Finding me in my usual state, my ever-amiable Jesus appeared to me pained and overwhelmed. What suffocated him the most were the flames of his love that overflowed from his heart. But they were forced to retreat because of human ingratitude. Oh! How his sacred heart suffocated and choked in his own flames! He asked me to comfort him and he said to me, "My daughter, relieve me because I can't take it any more. My own flames devour me. Let me dilate your heart so that I place my love and the pain of my rejected love in it. Ah! The suffering of my love exceeds all my other sufferings together." As he told me this, he put his mouth on my heart and he blew vigorously, so that I felt my heart dilate. Afterwards, he touched it with his hands as if he wanted to enlarge it even more. And he blew again. I felt that my heart was going to explode, but Jesus kept blowing. He filled it completely and closed it with his hands as if sealing it in such a way that there was no hope that I would be relieved. He said to me, "Daughter of my heart, I wanted to seal in you my love and my sorrows so that you could experience how terrible the pain is. Of repressed love, of rejected love. My daughter, be patient, you will suffer more. This is the most painful suffering. But it is your Jesus, your life, who wants this relief from you. Only Jesus knows what I suffered then. After I had felt like I was going to die all day, my sweet Jesus came back and wanted to continue blowing into my heart. I told him, Jesus, I can't endure it anymore, I can't keep what I have anymore. Why do you want to give me more?" And he, taking me in his arms to give me strength, he said to me, "My daughter, take courage, let me continue. It is necessary. If it were not necessary, I would not impose this suffering on you. The evil has become so pronounced that it is necessary for you to suffer my bitter afflictions as if I were living on earth again. The earth is about to throw flames to chastise the creatures. Indeed, my love runs to cover them with graces, but, being rejected, he is transformed into fire to chastise them. As a result, humanity lies between two fires. The fire of heaven and the fire of the earth. The evil is so widespread that these two fires are about to unite. And the pain I have made you feel is placed between these two fires to prevent them from uniting. If it were not for this, the whole of poor humanity would come to an end. Therefore, let me continue, I will be with you to give you strength." As he said this, he continued to breathe. And I, unable to endure more, I asked him to support me with his hands and give me his strength. Then Jesus touched me, taking my heart in his hands. He stretched it so strongly that only he knows what suffering he caused me. Not satisfied with this, he squeezed my throat with his hands in such a way that I felt my bones and nerves. I felt asphyxiated. Then, after leaving me in this position for a while, he tells me, with total tenderness, "Take heart, the current generation is in this state. The passions and vices that dominate it are so numerous and varied that it is stifled. Putrefaction and fange reach such a level that it is about to be submerged. That is why I made you suffer the sorrows of asphyxiation in your throat, because this suffering is that of the final moment. I asked you for this reparation because I can no longer bear for humanity to suffocate in its malice. But know that I too have endured this suffering. When they crucified me, they stretched me so the cross that I felt my nerves twist and be shredded. But my throat is undergoing greater suffering and more violent stretching, so much so that I felt asphyxiated. It was the cry of all humanity overwhelmed by his passions that squeezed my throat and suffocated me. This suffering was terrifying. The stretching of the muscles of my neck was so great that they seemed to be destroyed, including those of my head, mouth, and eyes. The degree of tension was such that the slightest movement gave me mortal pain. At times, I stood still. To others, my body was so contorted that I trembled like a leaf. To the point that my own enemies were terrified of it. So take heart. It is my will that will give you strength in everything. I was in my usual state and surrendered completely to the holy will of my sweet Jesus. Feeling the need for rest, I said to myself, while I sleep, I want nothing but to take a real rest in the arms of the will of my sweet Jesus. Jesus said to me, "My daughter, extend your rest to all creatures like a cloak to cover them, because we find true rest only in our will. And as this will covers everything, resting in it, you join all the creatures and give them a real rest. How beautiful it is to see one of our creatures resting in the arms of our will. But, to know a real rest, it is necessary that one begins by placing all his deeds, words, love, desires, etc. in our will. A job provides rest for its author when it is finished. If it is not completed, it feeds the thought of what has not yet been accomplished, which disturbs rest. The Fiat of creation foresaw that man would fulfill our will in all things. Our will was to be the life, food, and crown of the creature. And since this has not been realized, the work of creation is not complete. And we cannot rest in her and no more in us. It always keeps us something to do. And we yearn for its fulfillment and our rest. That is why I desire so much that the way of living in our will be known. We will never be able to say that the work of creation and that of redemption are complete if we do not see all the acts of creatures to be the extension of our will, so as to give us rest. Seeing the creatures return to our will, what a wonderful rest we will not fail to offer them, thus completing creation. Our womb will be their bed. I didn't do anything that didn't have as my main objective. May man take possession of our will and we of his. This was my main concern in creation and in redemption. The sacraments I have instituted, the many graces given to my saints, were as many seeds and means, so that they come to the possession of our will. Do not omit anything I desire concerning our will, whether in writing, verbally, or otherwise. Through the many preparations that preceded the kingdom of our will, you can understand that living in the divine will is the biggest and most important thing, and that it is what interests us the most. Do you want to know in which soil this seed was thrown? In my humanity. There, in my wounds, in my blood. This seed was born, germinated, grew, and wants to be transplanted into creatures, so that they may take possession of our will, and we of theirs. In this way, the work of creation will return to its starting point. Not only through my humanity, but also through the creatures themselves. They will be few. Even if there would only be one. Is it not only one who, cutting himself off from our will, has broken and spoiled our plans, thwarted the purpose of creation? Similarly, a single creature can beautify it and achieve its goal. But our works never remain isolated. Thus, an army of souls will live in our will. In them, creation will be restored, all beautiful and attractive as when it came out of our hands. Otherwise, we would not have as much interest in making this science of the divine well known. As I transcribed what Jesus had told me about the virtues, I felt such repugnance that I thought I was going to die. And I said to myself, it is after their death that we talk about the events that have marked people's lives, and I am the only one who has the misfortune that this happens to me in my lifetime. O Lord, give me the strength to accept this sacrifice. Later, the confessor explained to me how the scriptures were going to be disseminated. O God, what suffering! I felt distressed even in the depths of my being. Seeing me so troubled, my good Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, what's wrong? Why are you so distressed? It is for my glory and honor that the scriptures must be known. You should be happy with this. Do you believe that it is the creatures who want this? No, no. It is I, and I alone, who prepare everything, who invites and illuminates the spirits. Often, creatures don't hear me. If they listened to me, they would rush and take more interest in my desires. You would like this to be published only after your death. But my will does not want to wait. Moreover, it is not about you, but about me. It is about making known the effects, riches, and value of life in my will. If you don't want to show interest, you who know how much I desire that the effects of life in my will be known, from where will come the complete glory? What should I get from the completion of creation and redemption? Oh! How many benefits concerning creation and redemption are retained because my will is not known and does not truly reign in creatures. As a result, the creatures remain in slavery. Do you think they will be more interested in this knowledge after you die? Oh! How many things revealed to certain souls have been forgotten because someone refused to show interest in my works. If I have tolerated this in other cases, I cannot accept it with regard to my will. She will give such graces to those who will do the work that they cannot resist me. And what is special and essential is that I want it through you. I said to my kind Jesus, "Ah! My love, let only love, praise, reparation, and blessing to you come out of my being." As I said this, my sweet Jesus came. I became completely covered with eyes. No part of me was without eyes. And from each eye came a ray of light that wounded our Lord. He said to me, "My daughter, he is suitable for you and me. Let nothing come out of you but love, holiness, glory, all this directed to me. It would be degrading to make a soul live in my will. If it were not a true reflection of the superabundant source of benefits that is my will. A soul that is not well disposed for all that is good would be unable to receive the benefits of my will. If there were a soul with a seed that is not good, she would be an intruder in my will. Without nobility or purity, she herself would be embarrassed and would leave. She would receive no satisfaction, no happiness, because she would possess something not in accordance with my will. I have eyes of light. Drops of your blood. Your bones and the beating of your heart. That absolutely nothing may come out of you that is not holy and oriented towards me." Later, he carried me out of my body and made me see the chaos, all these plans for war and revolution. He made every effort to deter those who plotted. But, seeing their stubbornness, he left them. My God, what a sad time! I never thought that man could reach such a degree of corruption, moving towards the destruction of one's own being. I was afraid that my sweet Jesus would not come back. Because I felt that my suffering had diminished. I felt like I was numb. And, because of that, I thought to myself, if what I have seen is real, then, perhaps, unlike other times, he will not come or allow me to participate in his suffering. Seeing me overwhelmed, he came back and said to me, "My daughter, don't be afraid. Don't you remember that you have two roles? One of victims and the other, much greater, to live in my will, in order to give me back the complete glory of all creation? If you are not with me in one of the roles, you will be with me in the other." There could be a pause in suffering, as far as your role as a victim is concerned. Be fearless and stay calm. While I was in my usual state, my dear Jesus was seen almost naked and trembling with cold. He said to me, "My daughter, cover me and warm me, for I am cold." Look at how creatures, because of sin, have divested themselves of all their possessions. I would have liked to dress them splendidly, weaving their clothes with the fabric of my sufferings, coloring them with my blood and decorating them with my wounds. How great is my pain to see that they reject this garment so beautiful. They just live naked. I feel naked among them. In the face of their indifference, I need you to dress me. I said, "How can I dress you? I don't have clothes." He replied, "Yes, you are capable. You have my entire will at your disposal. Absorb it into yourself and let it out of you. And you will make me the most beautiful garment, totally divine and celestial. Oh, how warm I will be! And I will dress you in the garment of my will, in such a way that we will be dressed in the same way. If you dress me, it is right that I dress you to return to you what you have done for me. All evil in man comes from the fact that he has lost the seed of my will. As a result, he accomplishes nothing but to cover himself with the greatest crimes, which degrade him and force him to function as a lunatic. What other folly does he have left to commit? His sufferings are just. And it comes from creatures taking their egos as God. I felt deeply anguished because of the absence of my sweet Jesus. My suffering was so great that I began to make ridiculous remarks, to the point of saying that Jesus did not love me and that I loved him more than he loved me, although it is certain that my love is tiny, barely a shadow, a small drop, a worthless currency. But as insignificant and limited as my love is, I should love him. How many such ridiculous thoughts have come to me? Fiat son absence qui cau sem a favor, mi rendate deliranti et mi portrait a parler inzi. Après que j'eus attendu long temps, il vint et il me dit. Ma fille, j'ai ver voir silest vrai que tu m'aimes plus que j'aime. Pendant tu il de cela. Sa personne se multiplia de telle façon que j'laivu. A ma droite, a ma gauche et dans monde cœur. Ilny avait aucune partie de moi ou aucun endroit ou genele voya pas. Et tout ces répliques de Jesus répétayent ensemble, j'etme. Mais cela n'était rien, tout la création répétait à l'unisson, j'etme. Le ciel et la terre, les passants et les aimes bien heureuses, tout formaient un coeur qui répétait, j'etme avec l'amour que Jesus apportait. J'ai resté confused devant la manifestation de tant d'amour. Puis Jesus ajuda. Allons voir. Dis-moi, répète-moi que tu m'aimes plus que moi j'etme. Multiplie toi même pour m'offrir autant d'amour que j'te donne. J'ai répondis. My Jesus, forgive me, I do not know how to multiply since I do not possess your creative power. I have nothing in my power. How can I give you as much love as you give me? I also know that my love is nothing compared to yours at all. But the pain of your absence makes me delirious and say folly. Never leave me alone again if you don't want me to make such absurd remarks. Jesus added. Ah! My daughter, you do not know what dilemma I find myself in. My love plunges me into anguish so that I may come to you. But my justice almost forbids me to come. Because man is about to reach the height of malice and does not deserve the mercy that flows upon him when I come. And I have you to share the suffering he inflicts on me. Know that those who govern nations join forces to destroy the peoples and plan the disgrace of my church. To succeed in their projects, they seek the help of foreign powers. The world is going through a terrible time. Pray, and be patient. I was in my usual state and felt overwhelmed because the good Jesus allowed me to live his sufferings in the presence of my confessor. I complained to Jesus and said to him, My love, I beg you not to allow me to suffer in the presence of anyone. Make sure that you are the only one who knows what is going on between you and me, especially with regard to my suffering. Ah! Jesus, make me happy, give me your promise that you will not do it again. You can even make me suffer doubly. I would be happy if everything remained hidden between you and me. Jesus said to me, my daughter, don't be sad. When it is my will that wants it, you should concede. Moreover, this is nothing more than a facet of my own life. My hidden life, my inner sufferings. And everything I have done has always had at least one or two witnesses. This was reasonable and necessary to achieve the purpose of my suffering. The first spectator was my Heavenly Father, to whom nothing escapes and who was the very one who inflicted my suffering on me. He was both an actor and a spectator. If my Father had seen and known nothing, how could I have given him satisfaction and glory? And how could I have disposed to have mercy on mankind without him seeing me suffering? The goal of my suffering would not have been achieved. My mother was also a spectator of all my inner sufferings. And that too was necessary. Indeed, since I had come from heaven to earth in order to suffer. Not for me, but for humanity. There must have been at least one creature that supports me in my suffering. These sufferings prompted my mother to thank, praise, love and bless. They filled her with admiration for the excess of my goodness. This happened to such a degree that, moved and transported at the sight of my sorrows, she begged to be able to share my sufferings in order to imitate me perfectly. If my mother had not seen anything, she would not have been my first imitator and I would not have received his thanks and praise. If no one had known my suffering, I would not have gained support from the beginning. As a result, the great good that the creature received from this would have been lost. Don't you see now how it was necessary for at least one creature to be completely aware of my sufferings? If so it was for me, I want it to be the same for you. Moreover, I want your confessor to me as spectator and custodian of the sufferings that I give you. By having him close, I can further stimulate his faith and infuse him with light and love so that he may understand the truths that I manifest to you. Hearing this, I was more overwhelmed than ever. While I hoped for mercy, I received justice and an uncompromising Jesus. O God! What suffering! Seeing me so distressed, Jesus added, my daughter, is this how you love me? Times are so sad. The evil that will come will make people tremble. And since you cannot prevent the course of my righteousness, you and I will be able to act together, and you will ask me to make you suffer. Therefore, be resigned and patient. Your Jesus wants it that way, and that is enough. As I prayed, my ever-kind Jesus came. He placed his arm on my shoulder and said to me, my daughter, let us pray together. Let us enter the immense sea of our Trinitarian will. That nothing may leave you without having been immersed in this will. Thoughts, words, steps, works and heartbeats. Everything must have its place in our will. Everything you achieve in her will give you new possessions and rights. It was in the plan of creation that all human acts have their source in our will and be marked by a divine seal of nobility, holiness, and supreme wisdom. It was not in our will that man separated himself from us, but rather that he live with us, growing towards our likeness and working like us. We wanted all human acts to be performed in our will so that they would have their place in our immense sea. We did as a father who, owning vast lands, said to his son, I place you at the center of my properties so that you never leave my domain and that you progress according to my riches, with the same nobility and the same greatness as me. In this way, everyone will know that you are my son. What would be said of this son if he refused such a generous gift and left the vast lands at his disposal, deteriorating to the point of living as a slave under a cruel enemy? That's what man did. I want this little stream of you in our will. May each of your thoughts flow into our will, so that the reflection of our intelligence, which is the source of all thought, rests on all human intelligence and brings us in a divine way the homage of every thought of creatures. Let your words and works flow into our will, so that they become reflections of our Fiat. This is this Fiat, who created and sustains all things. which is the source of all life, movement, and word of creatures. Let every act of creatures unites with our Fiat and has the same holiness as our works to make us glory. My daughter, if all that is human, even a single thought, is not realized in our will, man cannot take his rightful place. The current does not pass, and our will cannot descend to earth to be known and reign. Hearing this, I said to him, Jesus, my love, is it possible that after so many centuries of church life, the many saints, who have astonished heaven and earth with their virtues and wonders, have accomplished nothing in your divine will in the way you speak? It seems incredible to me that you expect this from me who is the worst, the most ignorant and the most incapable. Jesus replied, Listen, my daughter, my wisdom has means and paths that man ignores and which force him to bow and worship in silence. And it does not belong to man to prescribe laws to me or to tell me who I should choose or what would be the best time. I first had to train saints to copy my humanity in the most perfect way possible for them. That has been accomplished. Now my goodness wants to go even further, to reach the greatest excesses of love. I want my children enter into my humanity and copy what it has done in the divine will. If, in the centuries in which they lived, the first cooperated with my redemption for the salvation of souls, teaching the law and fighting sin, those who come second will be able to go further, copying what my humanity has accomplished in the divine will. By doing this, they will embrace all ages and all peoples, rising above all creatures. They will restore my rights relating to creation, as well as the rights of creatures. They will replace all the things of creation in accordance with the purpose for which they were created. Everything finds its order in me. If creation came out of me in order, it must return to me in that same order. I have already transformed human acts into divine acts in my will on a first level. But the creature knew nothing of this, except for my dear and inseparable mother. And so it was necessary. But since man did not know the way, the door, and the chambers of my humanity, how could he enter into my will and act as I did? Now the time has come for human creatures to adhere to life in my will. I called you to be the first. For all my love for them, I have not taught any other creature to this day how to live in my will. The effects of this life, its wonders and benefits. Look in the lives of all the saints or in all the books of doctrine and you will not find the wonders of my will operating in the creature and of the creature operating in my will. At most you will find resignation, abandonment, and union of wills. But not my divine will operating in the creature and the creature, in return, operating in the divine will. This means that time had not arrived in which my goodness was to call the creature to live in this sublime state. Even the way I make you pray is not seen in any other previous creature. Therefore, be careful. And since my justice presses me and my love ardently seeks it, my wisdom has everything to achieve this. What we want from you is our rights and the glory of creation. I was in my usual state and my ever-kind Jesus came full of tenderness. Pressing me tightly on him, he kissed me and repeated, Daughter of my will, how I love you. Look, to the extent that your will enters into my will, it empties you of yourself and immerses you so that you act in her. And, by acting in my will, your will is invested with the creator power. Because everything to me is like one point, I contain everything, I embrace everything and I do everything. I see your will acting in mine, invested with my creator power and who wants to give me everything and compensate for everyone with the greatest satisfaction. I have seen you in my presence since the first moment of creation, leaving everyone else behind. You are placed at the head, as being the first creature whose will is not at odds with mine. You grant me honor, glory and love as if creation had not left my will. I wish it had been the case for the first man. What pleasure, what satisfaction I feel. You can't understand that. The order of creation comes back to me restored. Harmonies and joys come to me without interruption. I see your human will acting through mine. In sunlight. In the waves of the sea. In the flickering of the stars. In all. And you give glory to my name for all created things. What a joy! Everything reflects me, but with one difference. I am in one point and you, little by your work, your thoughts, your words, and your love in my will. You occupy more and more space and you form divine places. My abandonment in Jesus' arms continued. I felt immersed in His most holy will, in its very center. He said to me, "Daughter of my will, my humanity has lived." As if it were at the center of the sun of my will. From there radiated rays carrying my immensity and reaching all creatures. My works were in action for every act of men, my words were in action for every word of men, my thoughts were in action for every thought of men, and likewise for everything else. After deploying on earth, my deeds have returned, bringing with them all human acts in order to be redone and aligned with the will of my Father. It is only because my humanity lived in the center of the divine will that I was able to encompass everything. Thus, I was able to do the work of redemption in a way that suited me. If it had been otherwise, this work would have been incomplete and unworthy of me. The rupture between the human will and the divine will having been the cause of man's misery. The union of my human will with the divine will was destined to be the source of man's rehabilitation. This union was in me as an essential and natural part of my being. Look at the sun. It is a globe of light radiating indiscriminately to the right, to the left, forward, backward, up, down, everywhere. So many centuries old, it is still the same. Nothing has changed, neither its light nor its warmth. Thus, it will remain until the end of time. If the sun were a reasonable being and if, as such, he possessed my divine will, he would know all human acts and, what is more, he would possess them as his own. Since he would have been the cause and the life of each one, as if it had been part of his nature. In the same way, the soul that lives in my will embraces everyone. Nothing escapes him. It acts on behalf of all and does not omit anything. With me, it spreads right and left, forward and backward, with the greatest simplicity, as if it were part of its nature. When this soul acts in my will, it travels through all the centuries and it elevates every human act in a divine way, by virtue of my will. Listen, O my daughter, what I want to do with you. You who have already been regenerated in my divine will. In you, I want to realize a replica of what my humanity has accomplished in the divine will. I want your will to be united with mine in such a way that it repeats what I have accomplished and continue to accomplish. In my will, you will find all the acts performed by my humanity, both internal and external. My outward deeds are quite well known and creatures who desire it can, with their human will, participate in the good I have done. I like it because I see my goodness multiplied in creatures by virtue of their union with me. It's as if my deeds were placed in a bank and I got interest from it. But the inner acts of my humanity in the divine will are little known. Not knowing the power of these acts in the divine will, the way I have used to act in this will and what I did, creatures cannot unite with me to enjoy all these goods. The more you know something, the more you can enjoy it. If two people sell identical items, the one who knows the item well can sell it at a better price and make more profit. The one who knows little about the object sells it at a lower price and makes a lower profit. So many advantages can be derived from knowledge. Some become rich because they take the precaution of knowing what they are selling. Others, in similar circumstances, remain poor, because they know little about what they are selling. Since I want to unite you with me in my inner deeds performed in my humanity, it is right that I teach you as to their value and power, and how my will acts. By manifesting these things to you, at the same time, I open to you the possibility of participating in what I reveal to you. Otherwise, why reveal them to you? Is it just to announce news? No. No. When I reveal something, it is because I want to offer. Thus, the more you know the value of the divine will and its effects, the more you will receive from me. Therefore, carefully consider the great good that I want to give, not only to you, but also to others. To the extent that the knowledge of life in my will is spread, it will be loved. I am not a God who isolates himself. No, I want creatures to unite with me. The echo of my will must resonate in their will and the echo of their will in mine so that these wills become one. I have waited so many centuries to manifest the benefits of my will working in the will of creatures and the benefits of the will of creatures working in my will because, by this, I will raise creatures almost to my level. Also, I had to prepare the creatures and dispose them to progress from limited knowledge to greater knowledge. I acted as a teacher who must first teach the alphabet before coming to writing and then composition. This is how I reveal life in my will. As for you, I want your first composition. If you are attentive, you will develop it well. You will do me the honor of writing on the subject that your Jesus suggested to you, the noblest of all, that of the eternal will. This will give me the greatest glory, for it will make the weld between the creatures and myself, and reveal to them new horizons, new heavens, new excesses of my love. In my supreme will reside all the inner acts performed by my humanity. They wait to hit the road as messengers. These acts have been performed for creatures and want to make themselves known and surrender. Because they cannot surrender by themselves, they feel imprisoned and they beg my will to make them known so that they can grant their fruits. I am like a mother who carried her child for a long time in her womb. If she can't bring the child into the world when the time is right, she will do anything, even at the cost of her life, to achieve it. Any delay of hours or days for childbirth seems to him like years or centuries because she worries about her child. She has already fed him in her and she has done everything necessary for the moment of birth. All that is missing is the actual delivery. That is my current condition. It is worse than that of a mother, because I have carried this child in me for centuries. It is more than the birth of a child because it is about deliverance to creatures. Of all my human acts performed in the holiness of the eternal will, when delivered, my deeds will transform the deeds of creatures into divine acts. They will grant the creatures the most dazzling, multifaceted beauty. That is why, more than a mother, I suffer the spasms and pains of an impending delivery. I burn with the desire to deliver my will. The time has come and I am looking for a soul ready to receive the first birth so that afterwards I can continue to deliver my will to other creatures. That is why I say to you, be attentive. As the first creature in which I deposit my will, open your will so that it can absorb all the values that my will entails. What joy you will give me! You will be the dawn of my happiness on earth. The human will, so to speak, made my stay in the midst of the creatures painful. But my will acting in creatures will restore my happiness. My always kind Jesus is sometimes like a master who, giving the impression of having exhausted all the subjects he wanted to teach his disciple, is in fact only a time of rest. He then resumes with even more sublime lessons that delight the disciple and give birth to more love and veneration in him. Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, how many wonders operates my supreme will in the creature that surrenders to her. When a soul calls my will and in return surrenders to it, a current is established between my will acting in the three divine persons and my will acting in this soul. Thus, my will, always one, seems duplicated. It is both in the divinity and at the same time in this soul. So, if my divinity desires to reveal its beauty, its truths, its power, its infinite graces, etc., it finds in this soul a receptacle. She is no longer defrauded of anything. It is in perfect harmony by acting on earth through this soul and in heaven, in the three divine persons. How much more I reveal about my being. When I find on earth a receptacle where to deposit my truths, then my imprisoned love is relieved and the current flows continuously between heaven and earth. I was reflecting on what I had written about Jesus in the last days and I thought to myself, How is it possible that my sweet Jesus waited so long to reveal what his humanity accomplished in the divine will out of love for us? As I thought so, my ever-kind Jesus manifested himself with his visible heart and said to me, "Daughter of my will, why are you so thoughtful?" The same thing happened regarding creation. For a long time I formed it in my thought. It was only when I liked it that I updated it. The same was true for the redemption. But how much longer has it not existed in my mind? It can be said that she resided in me from all eternity. For a long time I wanted to come down from heaven to bring it to its fulfillment. This is my way of doing things. I first generate in my thought and, at the right moment, I actualize. Know on the other hand that my humanity carried 2 generations. Children of darkness and the children of light. I came to deliver the first and, for this, I shed my blood. My humanity was holy. She had not inherited any of the miseries of the first man. Although it is true that my humanity possessed peculiarities and natural traits like all men, it is no less true that she was perfect, devoid of any failure that could have obscured my holiness. I was immersed in the will of my heavenly Father, in which all my human acts developed to form the generation of children of light. I spared myself no fatigue, no suffering, no action, no prayer to carry out this work. In fact, this generation of light has been the supreme motivation for all that I have done and suffered. It was these children of the light that Heavenly Father had entrusted to me with such love. They were my cherished inheritance which was granted to me by the supreme will. After applied the benefits of redemption and provided with all the means necessary to be saved, I will now go further by announcing that there is another generation in my thinking. The generation of my children destined to live in the divine will. For them, I have prepared all the graces, performed all my inner deeds in the eternal will. If my humanity had not had to give the divine will, which is the primary motive of my love and the source from which all my blessings come, then my coming to earth would have been incomplete. Not only could I not say that I gave everything, but, on the contrary, I would have omitted what is the greatest, noblest, and most divine. Do you see why it is so necessary? May my will be known in all its aspects, let its wonders, its effects, its value be known? Do you also see why it is so necessary to make known all that I have achieved for the creatures and what the creatures themselves must achieve? Knowledge of these things will be a powerful magnet to attract them, to encourage them to receive the inheritance of my will and to make this generation of children of the light appear. Be attentive, my daughter, you will be the spokesman and the trumpet to summon this new generation that I cherish so much and desire so ardently. After retiring for a while, he returned. But he was so lost that he felt pity. He threw himself into my arms as if to find relief. At that sight, I said to him, "What is wrong, Jesus, are you so afflicted?" He replied, "Ah, my daughter, you don't know anything they want to do. They want to play Rome. Not only foreigners, but also Italians want to subject it to a bet. Their projects are so mischievous and numerous that it would be a lesser evil for the earth than spitting fire to cremate them. Take a look. People come from all over to give the assault. What's worse? It is that they come disguised as lambs, while they are voracious wolves ready to devour their prey. What evil plans they concoct to gather their forces for the assault. Pray, pray. This is the last precipice that creatures desire to embark on in these times. While I was in my usual state, my ever-kind Jesus came and, making me penetrate into the immense light of his most holy will, said to me, "My daughter, look at the wonders that creatures perform when they act in my will. To the extent that a creature enters into my will, thinks in it, prays in it and acts in it, to the same extent it rises to me and I feel it in my voice, in my actions and in my steps. But my voice is wordless. In this way, it can reach all hearts according to their needs, in as many languages and as many ways as there are in creatures, so that all are able to understand me. Because I act without hands, I interfere in the deeds of all creatures. And because I walk without feet, I come everywhere and I act everywhere. When a soul acts in my will, it too becomes a voice without words, an action without hands, footsteps without feet. As I feel the soul always united to me, I do not feel alone. I love the company of creatures all the more than by my love I divinizes them, enriched and grant them graces to the point of astonishing heaven and earth. While I was in my usual state, my ever-kind Jesus manifested himself by holding several little lambs on him. Some rested on his chest, others on his shoulders, others around his neck, some in his arms, right and left. Some showed their little heads outside his heart. However, the feet of all the lambs rested on the heart of Jesus, and he fed them with his breath. They all had their mouths open to the mouth of my sweet Jesus to receive their food. How beautiful it was to see Jesus reveling and rejoicing in them, totally attentive to feeding them. These lambs looked like newly born children of his most holy heart. Jesus said to me, "My daughter, these lambs resting on me are the children of my will, the legitimate descendants of my supreme will. They emerge from my heart, but their feet remain resting on the center of my heart so that they cannot take anything from the earth, caring nothing but me. See how beautiful, clean, well-nourished, and fed only by my food. They will be the glory and crown of creation." Later, he added, "My will crystallizes the soul. Just as the crystal reflects everything that is placed in front of it. Thus the souls crystallized by my will reflect all that my will accomplishes. My supreme will is found everywhere, in heaven and on earth. Souls, in which my will resides and who possess it as if it were their own, absorb my actions and reflect them. When I act, I stand before them to see them repeat my actions and, conversely, my will reproduces all that these souls do. To the extent where there is no created thing, nor a place where these souls are not. In creatures, in the sea, in the sun, in the stars and even in heaven. My will thus receives, in a divine way, reciprocity for my actions among creatures. That is why I desire so much that life in my will be known. I want to multiply these mirrors of my will so that they repeat my actions. Thus, I will no longer be alone, I will have creatures to accompany me. In the depths of my will, these creatures will be in close union with me. They will be almost inseparable from me, as at the time of creation, before they have taken an orientation contrary to my will. How happy I will be!" Hearing this, I said to him, "My love and my life, I cannot yet convince myself. How is it possible that there were no saints who have lived in your will in the way you describe?" Jesus answered, "Ah, my daughter, you don't want to accept yet. That one cannot receive light, graces and truths. That to the extent that one knows and understands. It is true that there have been saints who have always done my will. But they have drawn from my will only to the extent that they have understood it. They knew that doing my will was the greatest of deeds. The one who gave me the greatest honor and brought them sanctification. It is also true that there is no holiness outside of my will and that no property, nor any holiness, great or small, cannot exist outside of my will. My will has never changed. But I can reveal differently its effects, its value, and the variety of its colors. Until now, she had simply not manifested herself. If this were not the case, why would I make these things known only now? My will behaved like a great lord, which presents one of its largest and most sumptuous palaces. To a first group of people, he points the way to the palace. To a second group, he shows the portal to enter it. To a third group, he shows the staircase that leads to the bedrooms. To a fourth group, he shows some rooms. To the last group, he opens all the rooms and he makes these people the owners of the palace and all that it contains. The first group cannot take possession then of what is on the road leading to the palace. The second group can take what is near the gate, this being greater than what can be obtained on the track. The third group can take possession of what is near the stairs. The fourth can take what he finds in the first rooms, where there is more furniture and security. But only the last group can take possession of the entire palace and everything in it. My will has behaved in a similar way. First, she pointed to the way, then the gate, then the staircase and some rooms. Eventually it allows the creatures to enter its vastness. There, she reveals to them the magnificent things it contains, and she shows them that, by acting in her, souls can possess all the variety of colors of my will, its immensity, its holiness, his power and all his deeds. When I reveal things to a soul, I give at the same time. I imprint in the soul the divine things that I reveal. If only you knew the magnitude of the waves of graces that flood you when I inform you of the effects of my will, you would be stunned. As a painter would do on a canvas, I paint on your soul the bright colors of my will, its effects and the immense values that I am revealing to you. But as I have compassion for your weakness, I support you. And, by supporting you, I imprint more in you what I tell you, because, if I speak, I take action at the same time. So be attentive and faithful. The prolonged absence of my sweet Jesus makes my days bitter. The few times he has shown himself lately, he has seemed so taciturn and abused that no effort on my part seemed to bring him any consolation. And it left me more bitter than before. This morning, when he came, he said to me, "My daughter, I can no longer bear the sorrows and offenses inflicted on me by the creatures. Nations unite to launch new wars. Didn't I tell you that the past war was not the last? That this peace is a false peace? Peace is impossible without God. This peace is not based on justice. That is why it cannot last. Ah! The leaders of these times are true demons incarnated, who arrange to do evil and bring disorder, chaos, and war on entire populations." While Jesus was saying this, one could hear mothers crying, sounds of cannons and the roar of warning sirens in all countries. But I continue to hope that Jesus will be appeased and that peace will prevail. My ever-kind Jesus came into an immense light, and, pressing my hand firmly on him, he said to me, "Little daughter of my will, this immense light that you see represents my supreme will to which nothing escapes. Know that in creating the heavens, the sun, the stars, etc., I have set a limit to each thing, I have given each one its place, and I have determined the quantities of things. Nothing can reduce or exceed these limits. I hold everything in my hand. In creating man, I have created human intelligence, its thoughts, its words, its works, its steps, and all that is peculiar to human nature. I did this for each of the men, from the first to the last. It was the characteristic of my being to act in this way. And, what's more, I myself was both an actor and a spectator in all of this. All the acts of creatures swim in my will like fish in the ocean. I did not create man to be a slave, but free. And so, I provided him with a free will. It would not have been proper or worthy of me to create the man without freedom. And I could not have said, "Let us make man in our image and likeness," if I had not created him free. Just as I am free, so man must be free. For nothing hurts more than a love that constrains. It causes mistrust, doubts, fears, and nausea in the one who receives it. You see what is the origin of the acts of creatures, even of their thoughts, they are begotten in my will. But, being free, man can make sure that his thoughts, words, etc. are for good or for evil. He can make them holy or perverse. My will felt anguish when I saw that the acts of many creatures turned into pernicious acts. That is why I desired, may my will act doubly in every act of creatures, so that another act, a divine act, may be added to each one. These divine acts will give me all the glory that my will deserves. But someone had to make it all possible. Hence the need for my humanity. Holy, free, and desiring no life other than that of the divine will, my humanity swam in the immense sea of the divine will, covering with divine acts all the thoughts, all the words and all the works of the creatures. This gave satisfaction and glory to the Heavenly Father, allowing him to contemplate man again and open the doors of heaven to him. Seeing my Father's reaction, I have linked the human will even more firmly to his will, whose separation had precipitated humanity into all its miseries. I have thus gained for humanity the possibility to rest in the will of the Divine Father and to reject any future separation from this divine will. However, this was not enough to satisfy me. I wanted my Blessed Mother follow me into the immense sea of the Supreme Will and reproduce all human acts with me. This would give the deeds of men a second seal in addition to the seal I granted them through my human acts performed in the divine will. How sweet was the company in my will of my inseparable mother! Camaraderie in work generates happiness, satisfaction, tender love, a loving emulation, harmony, and heroism. Isolation, on the other hand, produces the opposite effects. When my mother and I worked together, we both emitted seas of happiness, satisfaction, and love that plunged us into each other, producing a high heroism. These seas did not arise only for us. They were for all those who were to accompany us in the divine will. And these seas have given rise to a multitude of voices, calling man to live in our will, so that he could regain his happiness and possessions as originally, things he had lost when he withdrew from our will. Now I come to you. After calling my Heavenly Mother, I call you, that all human acts may have 3 seals. The first given by me, the second given by my mother and the third given by an ordinary creature. My eternal love will not be satisfied as long as he has not raised an ordinary creature, that it may open the doors of my will to all those who will want to live there. There you go. Why have you received from me so many manifestations? Why I have revealed to you so many effects of my will? These are powerful magnets to draw you to live in my will and, after you, to attract others. Goal: to enter into my will and to follow the sublime flight of my deeds and those of my inseparable mother, you, of the common race. You couldn't have done it if you had not been brought back to at least the position that man had when he came out of our hands, before he withdrew from our will. That is why I have given you so many graces. I want to polish your nature and soul to this original state. Gradually, as I grant you my graces, I remove from you the seeds, tendencies, and passions of a rebellious nature, all without limiting your agency. My dignity and holiness demand that I bring you to this state of bliss before to call you to the center of my will and to make you repeat all the acts performed by me, acts that creatures do not yet know. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to travel with me through the innumerable acts of my will, nor to live with me the familiarity we need to work as a team. The passions and seeds of evil tendencies would have risen as barriers between you and me. At best, you would have been subjected to my orders as so many of my faithful. But you would have been far from accomplishing what I am doing, and neither you nor I would have been happy. Living in my will is precisely live in perfect happiness on earth. Then live in an even greater happiness in heaven. That is why I call you an authentic daughter of my will, the happy firstborn of my will. Be attentive and faithful. Superscript 2 veins in my eternal will. My actions and those of my mother are waiting for you there, that you may add to them the seal of your own deeds. All heaven is waiting for you. The blessed want to see all their deeds glorified in my will by a creature of the same origin as them. Current and future generations are waiting for you, so that their first lost happiness may be restored to them. Ah! No! No! Generations will not pass until man returns to my womb, in the state of beauty and sovereignty he had when he came out of my hands at the moment of creation. I am not satisfied with man's redemption alone. Even if I have to wait, I will be patient. By virtue of my will, man must return to me in the same state in which I originally created him. When he followed his own will, man fell into the abyss and was transformed into a beast. In carrying out my will, he will go back to the state I had chosen for him. Then I will be able to say, I have completed everything. All creation has been restored in me. And I will rest in her. I was in my usual state. My ever-kind Jesus came and immersed me completely in his most holy will. I felt like I was seeing the work of creation unfolding before my eyes. And I followed all that my dear Jesus had done for the creatures. After we had contemplated all this together, he said to me, "My daughter, my will acts in different ways. In the first place it realizes. Subsequently, she affirms and protects what she has achieved. In creation, I have done and ordained everything. Now my will protects everything. From the moment of creation, I have accomplished nothing new in the order of creation. My will has been expressed again. When I came down from heaven to save mankind. But this action was not done in a short time like creation. It took me 33 years. And I still preserve all that I accomplished then. Just as the sun exists for the good of all by virtue of my preserving will, so the benefits of redemption remain in action for each of the creatures. Currently, my will wants to get back to work. Do you know what she plans to do? She desires to produce in creatures what she has accomplished in my humanity. It will be an extremely imposing work, greater than the redemption. Just as, in the redemption, I formed a mother to conceive of my humanity. So now I have chosen you to do in you what my will has achieved in my humanity. You see, these are works, those of my supreme will. As, at the time of creation, the emptiness of space was offered. So that I place the sun, the stars, the moon, the atmosphere, and all the beautiful things that are under the vault of the heavens. So you will offer yourself to receive all these things that my will has achieved in my humanity. You will be like my humanity, who never opposed all that my will wanted to accomplish. I will lay in you all that the Supreme Will has done in me so that you can reproduce everything. Later, upon receiving absolution from my confessor, I said to myself, "My Jesus, I want to receive absolution in your will." Before I could say one more word, Jesus said to me, "I absolve you in my will." And, by absolving you, my will puts the words of absolution into action. To absolve anyone who wants to be absolved and to forgive anyone who wants to be forgiven. My will encompasses not just one, but all creatures. Nevertheless, the one who is better disposed receives more than the others. I contemplated the many pains experienced by my sweet Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, pains not inflicted directly by men. For Jesus was at that moment alone, abandoned by all. Rather, these sufferings were imposed on him by his eternal Father. Streams of love carrying all creatures flowed between him and the Heavenly Father. These currents carried the love that God has for all creatures as well as the love that each creature owes to God. As this last love was lacking, Jesus suffered an anguish that exceeded all his other sorrows, an anguish so painful that he sweated blood. Then my sweet Jesus, seeking consolation, pressed me on his heart and said to me, "My daughter, the sorrows of love are the most heartbreaking. Look, in the streams of love between me and my Father is contained all the love that creatures owe me. Thus, these currents contain betrayed love, rejected love, unrecognized love, abused love. Oh, how these currents pierce my heart, to the point that I feel close to dying. When I created man, I have established countless streams of love between him and me. It wasn't enough for me to have created it. No, I needed to establish so many currents between him and me. And these of such magnitude, that there was no part of man through which these currents did not flow. In the intelligence of man circulated a current of love for my wisdom. In his eyes, a stream of love for my light. In his mouth, a stream of love for my words. In his hands, a stream of love for my works. In his will, a current of love for my will. And so for everything else. Man was created to be in constant communication with his Creator through streams of love. Sin destroyed all these currents and separated man from me. Do you know how that happened? Look at the sun. Its light touches the surface of the earth and exerts a great influence on it. The earth absorbs the heat of the sun so efficiently. May this heat fertilize it and give life to all that it produces. We can really say that the sun and the earth are in communication with each other. Oh! How much more intimate are the communications between man and me, I who am the true and eternal sun. If a creature interrupted the current of light between the sun and the earth would sink into complete darkness. She would lose her fertility and become lifeless. What punishment would deserve the creature that would interrupt the sunlight in this way? Yet this is what man did at the moment of creation. I had to come down from heaven to restore all these currents of love. And at what price for me? However, even now, man's ingratitude persists in destroying the currents of love that I have restored. I thought of my sweet Jesus the moment he was brought before Herod, and I thought to myself, how is it possible that Jesus, who is so good, did not deign to say a word to Herod or even look at him? Perhaps this treacherous heart could have been converted by the power of Jesus' gaze. Manifesting himself, Jesus said to me, "My daughter." Herod's perversity and hardness of heart were such that he did not deserve me to look at him or say a single word to him. On the contrary, if I had done so, he would have been even more guilty. Because each of my words establishes an additional link, a larger union, a greater rapprochement between me and the creature. When a soul feels my gaze, grace begins to act. If my gaze or my word is sweet and beneficial, then the soul says to itself, how beautiful, penetrating, tender, melodious he is. How can we not love him? If my gaze or my word is imbued with majesty, resplendent with light, the soul says, what majesty, what greatness, what penetrating light! How small, miserable, and in the dark compared to this resplendent light! If I wanted to describe to you the power, graces, and goodness of my words, who knows how many books you would have to write? See all the good I have done to you. By looking at you so many times. By continuing with you such intimate conversations. I didn't settle for a few words with you. No, I have given you full presentations. It follows that the bonds between you and me are innumerable. I treated you like a master treats his disciples. When someone other than a disciple asks for advice, the teacher is content with a few words. But, wishing to make his disciples teachers like him, he dedicates whole days to them, talks to them at length and always guides them. Sometimes he develops an argument or gives examples to help them understand. He never leaves them alone for fear that distractions such as the wind may spread his teachings. If necessary, he deprives himself of rest to take care of them, to instruct them. He neglects nothing, neither fatigue, nor difficulties, nor his sweats, to achieve his goal of turning his students into teachers like him. This is what I did with you. I didn't hide anything from you. For the others, I had only a few words. But, for you, I have served interviews, long lessons, comparisons, during the night, during the day, at all hours. How many graces have I not given you? How much love have I not testified to you, even to the point of not being able to be without you? I have big plans for you. That is why I have given you so much. And you would like to thank me by leaving hidden all that I have said and all that I have accomplished in you, thus depriving me of the glory that I will receive when all this is known? What would you say about a disciple whom a master, after much work, has managed to transform into a master like him? If this disciple wanted to keep for himself all the knowledge that the master has given him, refusing to share it with others, would he not be an ungrateful and a source of sorrow for the master? How about the sun, if after receiving so much light and warmth from me, it refused to radiate that light and heat on the earth? Wouldn't you tell him, it is true that you are beautiful, but you do wrong by keeping your light and warmth to yourself? The earth, plants, and generations of humans are waiting for your light and warmth. They need it to receive life and be fertile. Why do you deprive us of so many benefits? Which makes your behavior even more reprehensible. It is that when you give us light and warmth, you lose nothing. On the contrary, you gain more glory and all of you bless. Aren't you like that sun? I have placed in you so much light concerning my will, that it is much more than the sun that illuminates all men. Humanity will derive great good from it. I and the generations of men are waiting for this light to radiate from you. And you think about how to hide it. And you worry that the people in authority will take the necessary measures, so that it shines for the benefit of all. No, no, it's not right. I thought I would die when Jesus was speaking. I felt guilty because, recently, I had been relieved to see that those who had permission had been unable to publish any of my writings. Oh! How bad I felt to be reprimanded so severely. From the bottom of my heart, I asked Jesus to forgive me. Then he calmed me down by saying, I forgive you and bless you. But be more careful in the future so you don't start over.